Damn, that was fucked up. My shit just went. It just fucking the whole call
So
just
Twitter just
disappeared.
denied
You rug.
everybody's point of view. Yeah, you guys is like you all need to just shut the fuck up.
Bro, that shit just disappeared. Like it just like no warning shot or nothing, bro. And I could catch it switching phones, but the whole call just like my whole phone just it was frozen. I'm like, what the fuck just happened here? My bad, y'all, but it's cool. We got it back, and we recording, right? We're gonna keep the conversation going, right? We're gonna let's
There we
get
go.
get your pops back in here. Let's get this conversation back, right? We was having interesting conversation before we got rugged,
Get your
and
pops and your boyfriend X.
Let me say this real quick too, Cole. I don't know exactly what the situation is, but as long as you being respectful, and even if you have a opposing opinion and people don't like it, you shouldn't get kicked out of a chat.
no, I think I've heard him
Like,
before in Karma's room, and it is what Cash is saying. It's like his delivery and his tone, right? So it is. I've heard scams a couple of times, right? And but I mean, it's not to me. Civil debate is good conversation. That's how we all continue to learn, right? Because we all don't agree on fucking everything, but it's the way I've heard him say, like, like
Yeah.
he's like kind of try to force his opinion on, like his thoughts and his opinions on people, like, no, it's because I've done this research on XRP and I know. Like, I've heard him, and then I've heard Karma's room ask him, what are you holding? Like, you come in here every single day and you have your opposition to XRP.
it's BSV. It's Binance Satoshi's vision.
Yeah, so it's his delivery, right? So it just depends on how he be delivering it,
Not
right?
even a
So
I mean, Bitcoin, not Binance. I keep saying that shit.
eh,
Oh, okay, okay,
And
okay, okay.
I'm really glad that Kashta brought that up because, you know, that I Scams has messaged me personally, and we spoke, and that's the first thing I told him. It's not your point of view that's getting you kicked out. It's how you're saying things, and the fact that he was sort of denying what Kashta was saying, not addressing the actual issue, and getting a bit defensive about it. Actually, I mean, that's really what
It
it
proved
is.
the point.
You're not going to get
I
kicked out of
was
my room for being having a separate opinion. I have all the opinions. I don't care what opinion. That's fine as long as it's factual. Um, but you know, at some point, the negativity just gets old.
Right?
That's
Like he seems like one of those people that you're sitting there talking with, and he's rolling his eyes right in front of you. You know, like blatantly don't care about what you're talking about.
well, it
I
just
get.
people trying to work on stuff, and like this stuff isn't easy. Let's be honest. Like none of this stuff is easy. So it's hard work, and it's complicated, and it's sophisticated, and it's not easy. And I mean, to just go around trying to knock people down, I think is you know, what do they say? Oh, there's a saying: judge the source, or like consider the
Dude,
source, or something. I mean, like if somebody's just going around saying knocking people down, trying to tell them they're stupid or talk over their head or tell them they don't know what they're talking about, then what the hell? Like, why
see,
don't you
I
help
don't know that.
somebody?
I don't know that side. I don't know that side. I don't know that side. I've seen that.
Yeah, just real quick to finish what I was kind of saying, just to wrap it up a little bit. But I wasn't directly saying that just the scams, just in general, right? I just want people to kind of understand that, like, and I'm gonna use this example because it's kind of current, right? Beyonce is changing a word in her song because she used the word spaz, right? Now, I don't know the word spaz that well myself, But the lesson in that I'm trying to convey in general to this conversation as well is that when a community of people um, like view something as offensive, right? Then it behooves you to have respect for those people, right? And not say, well, it's not offensive to me, because whether it's offensive to you is not the issue. The issue is if it's offensive to the audience, right? And so just kind of learning how to have public discourse, right? Even though from your moral compass, you may feel like you have done absolutely nothing wrong, if your audience is annoyed by it, right, then you're not going to get any point across, which should be the objective of why you're there, right? So if your objective is to educate, then it does you no good to stand firm on your position and say, well, I feel like I'm right. I don't care how y'all are perceiving it, right? And so that's the message that I was trying to get across to him and to any other people who are listening to this right now. Just when you're having public discourse, right? Like in the black community, we call it being able to read a room, right? Like at the end of the day, when you go into a room, you want to be able to read that room because it could be dangerous to you to be saying certain things in a room that you may be able to say in another room that's not offensive, right? But in this other room, it is. And so reading a room is a skill, man. And I just wanted to kind of
Like
convey that to people.
like when you like a
Hey,
white
do y'all mind
person.
if I say anything?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Jump
Hey,
in. Whatever the fuck you
hey,
want to say. Whatever.
um, I'm gonna tell y'all, man. You know, being in a different demographic area and everything, and we're all from different demographic areas. Like I can understand where scams was coming from. I can understand where everybody else is coming from, and you know, for somebody like myself who's learning and taking constructive criticism, you know, not putting no one down or anything, but just listening to it and listening to everybody different views and things like that. I can kind of say this. I know, you know, being in the military, I know guys from Florida, I know guys from North Carolina, I know guys from South Carolina, and the way they speak, you know what I'm saying, it's like authoritative figure, you know, it's like debate classes, you know, down in Florida. That's where Schemes is from. Scams, that's his name, right? They have a lot of debate classes
Yeah.
down there, and if you don't deliver
But
your
James is
words
from
correctly, if you don't deliver your words correctly, and you know, that's how Floridians debate. You understand? So I wouldn't take it out of perspective. You just got to know the different dynamics of people and where they come from and how they speak and how they may hold a conversation, and they may not see anything wrong with it because everybody around them speaks in such a way. If that makes any sense.
you
I
say
like I like how you brought up
James.
constructive criticism, being able to take in constructive criticism while being able to portray your ideas across in a respectful manner without like having you feel like with having respect of the community that's listening in a sense what has cost to us. But I like how you brought up constructive criticism because that
Hold
comes with
on,
being able to speak in with people in an audience.
Damon.
Yeah,
You said Scams is from Florida.
yeah, that's what he said. Y'all didn't
Uh,
hear it?
no, I didn't hear him say.
Yeah,
I'm
I
from
heard
Florida.
Yeah,
that.
he said he was from Florida. No, I mean I was doing more listening than talking, so I heard majority of the conversation. So what I'm saying is constructive criticism. Yeah, that's one thing, and you know, pleading your case and trying to plead your case out, or you know, and I mean he has a lot more knowledge than majority of you know than me when it comes to nodes and you know, building a node and all that stuff like that. I mean, he has a little bit more knowledge than I have. So yeah, I'm gonna listen to it, then I'm gonna listen to the next guy, then I'm gonna listen to the next guy, and then I'm gonna just go on like, how do you do a node for dummies or something, and then get an understanding of what you all are talking about. But like I said, I found the conversation interesting.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're running something, um, cons- critical negative feedback is actually more valuable than positive feedback. like with my other company, we'll get people that like, oh, this was the hit of it made the event. Okay, great. But like that doesn't tell me what I need to fix. That doesn't tell me what I need to improve. That doesn't tell me where I've got a weakness in the, like it's better if you say like, man, this thing really screwed up and this has happened, right? Okay, now I know what to go do. But to just say, oh, it was great,
Yeah.
like, I mean, I'm glad you enjoyed the service, but like it doesn't give me any actionable like honestly, negative feedback's more valuable than positive feedback, straight up.
I want to hear what Rippleton have to say since he lost in the debate with Scam. So what you got to say, Rippleton?
Hey, Triple S, you be starting it up. Well, I'm telling you, I be listening.
He likes
Well, I
to
got to say,
gaslight people.
yeah. So
That's why he's here.
yeah, my son Triple X. Hey, get back to the garage and find a use case for your token.
Tell him. Tell him.
You haven't learned from your dad yet, Triple X? I'm making a use case for your token, bro. Come on, man.
Good debate is always good, and as as you were saying just before, negative feedback is where you grow your business. Positive feedback does nothing. You need negative feedback, and that's what education comes around. If people are misinterpreting things, that's negative feedback in relation to what's happening. So you use that to educate people and to try and get them back on path and use the right terminologies for things, and so people don't misunderstand.
Yeah, it's actually I've had whole conversations with my main tech partner on, and like he gets frustrated. He's like, nobody complains, and I'm like, well, dude, this shit works. Like, I mean, it does. Yes, we do. I mean, we get a couple complaints, but it's usually just not something. It's just a little thing where somebody screwed something up or they're having a problem with their computer or something. But this stuff works.
Yeah, absolutely. But and it's true. When they turn around and say, you don't learn anything unless you make mistakes. It's true because you don't, because you become benign in what you're doing because nothing changes, and you've got to break something to learn. And
break the Xrpl DevNet so we can fix that shit and get NFTs. Let's go.
Sorry, say that again.
Isn't that what you said we all need to be doing? Testing, breaking the test DevNet so that we
can up,
get.
Man. Let's rave in here. Come on, let's rave.
Right, so we can fix the problems.
Yeah, it's like anything. If you the reason things go to a test net or into a test mode for anything, or a beta or whatever, is to test it and make sure it isn't faulty. And if it's faulty, it gives us something to fix and we learn. But if nobody's testing it, you're going to put out a product that you've got no idea how it's going to function when it actually hits the mainstream. And then all of a sudden you get all these bloody errors and everyone says, fucking thing useless. It's broken. And you turn around and say, well, you never tested it to tell us it was broken.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly, 100%. So if you guys don't know, there are a couple of projects on the ledger that do have their test net open for minting, buying, and selling NFTs, right? To do just that, to try to figure out if there's problems within their platform. So NFT Master.com is one, and Radical X Exchange is another one. I'll put those on top of the Jumbotron for y'all. They're both open to the public, completely free projects and people to go do craziness on it. Go mint, buy, and sell, and set your wallet in test mode in the thread. They give instructions on how to set up your test wallet, your Zum wallet, and put it in the test mode, and how you can get into their platform from there.
Yep, absolutely, and that's really important. It doesn't matter whether it's for XLS20 or any amendment. It's important to test these things out.
find if they're going to function on the mainnet, because there's a big difference between testnet and mainnet. And once it hits and once it goes live, there's no turning back. So there's no point in having it break once it goes live, only because nobody tested it. So really, really important. And that's how we learn. And if we find there's a functionality that's missing that we should have, then it can be added in, and within due course and performance changes that need to be done, we can do those as well. So really, really important.
Hey, Rippleton. So I did a job interview today, and the guy said, we're looking for somebody responsible. And I was like, well, I'm your man. It's like in my last job, every time something went wrong, they said I was responsible.
So I have a quick question. Rippleton, why I have the
Go ahead, Cash.
privilege of speaking. Yeah, why I have the privilege of speaking with you. This is kind of just theoretical in nature, but I just wanted your opinion if you have one. But what are your thoughts on, like I have been trying to, at least on paper, think of a way that I could create a bicameral like addition to the UNL kind of dynamics, right? Or kind of what David calls like a two-layer consensus. Do you have any opinion on those potentials, or no?
No, none whatsoever. And I think I don't think you were here earlier on. Fundamentally, the white paper of the XRP Ledger tells people that they should have a more diverse range of UNL UNLs, because that is ultimately what decides the supermajority. And the broader the range of UNLs that people use, the less likely we are going to be subject to a fork network wide. So, and the problem with for those who don't understand, if you had 50% of the of those with a list of one group of validators, and 50% of a group with a different set of validators, they can both reach consensus, but there can be no agreement. So you get a fork, and that's in very simple terms. So what you need to do is have a majority of UNLs stipulating certain validators as a group to stop those forks. And the way to get that is to have diverse ranges of UNLs. So a UNL is simply just a list of validators that you trust, and you can set that list however you want. You can use a curated list, which you can get from Coil, you can get from Ripple, you can get from the XRPLF of validators they trust and that you can use, or you can use your own list. I choose to use those lists. I use two of them. One is the main list and one is a backup or redundancy. But they don't define. Sorry?
What sort of because I mean I intend to run some cluster at some point, but what sort of like I would think that I would like want to talk to and verify who these people running these nodes were. Obviously judge their uptime and all that and whatnot.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, I would think I would almost as a legal matter need to know who these people are.
Yeah, so absolutely. So this is the discussion I had earlier on, and the reasons. So in simple terms, it is my choice as a validator, as it is yours, to use whoever you want on your UNL list. Your UNL can be a combination of a curated list plus other validators you trust. It could be a combination of two curated lists. It's whoever you want to put on it. The XRP Ledger ignores who the list was made by. It uses the validators you have on your list, and it's as simple as that. Now,
right. So hold on just a second, Ripple.
Yeah, hang
hold
on.
I'm totally up. Okay, go ahead.
Can I just finish this bit? Yeah, so it's important for any validator who's using a trusted list to understand how that list was curated and put together by the publishers. So I know, based on my inclusion on those lists, the process that I went through to become trusted. All right. So I understand that. So on that basis, I can then accept those published lists as reasonable to use because I know the process that they use to include the validators on those lists. If I didn't know that, then I would have to try and find out who to trust and why I'm trusting them. And that's the important thing that people need to know is if you're going to use a list, you need to not only know who's on the list, but how they got there and what the publisher uses to monitor that the inclusion on that list.
That makes complete sense. I mean, that's just, to me, that's just the proper adult professional.
Yeah. So I give the responsibility of finding out all that information to somebody who's willing to go ahead and do all that and compile all that information and monitor without me having to do it. And it's just, yeah, it's somebody is.
I mean, there's probably
collating the information.
There's probably
just a second, Carl, because the question that I was asking was actually a different question. So I'm very glad that you gave the information that you gave, because it's one of the things that's probably most misunderstood about the XRP Ledger, right? And I'm totally up to speed on it. But what I'm really trying to do, and the intent behind what I'm trying to do and why I asked the question, is I'm trying to capture more of the opinions of the broader shared stakeholders that are people that make up the XRP community, right? And so that's why I asked if you've ever considered, or what was your opinion on if it would be even reasonable to create maybe a bicurial system, right? Or a two-layered consensus mechanism where at some level we could, like the adopter node kind of thing that was mentioned by some other people at one time, right? Where you could capture more of the community's opinion about some of these issues that involve the ledger. That was the essence of my question.
And that sort of revolved around my answer in that if we as a community had a much more diverse range of validators on our lists, then we're going to get a much bigger representation at the top level. That's the first step. On a lesser level or on a second tier, I personally, my personal opinion is that all validators' votes should be considered. And then from there, then we can go through the consensus process and determine which ones actually get included and which ones don't. But we need, and as I say, we need to somehow take into consideration every validator's vote.
Right, and I'm glad you said that, but
yeah.
I think you're still missing my question a little bit, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just so you kind of get what I know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I saw the comment from David talking about that the second tier, and there is room for a second tier to be making some decisions without the need for the consensus group or the supermajority to be making those, and it could be a weighted vote for argument's sakes. The community, the rest of the validators.
That's a good idea. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's why I'm trying to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, because if it's still in the dynamics of the shared stakeholder having to run a validator and then expanding to a larger community of validators, like you're saying, it still leaves out a lot of people who are shared stakeholders in this network, right? Who have technical expertise. Technical expertise or means to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, to a degree, because what you're doing when you set your UNL list, you are telling the XRP Ledger, these are the people who are going to be casting the votes on my behalf. That's what you're telling the XRP Ledger. Okay, so when you set your UNL list, you're defining who is going to be casting, who's going to be voting on your behalf.
It's
whether
almost
it's the consensus or whatever.
It's not really, but it's almost
in a very loose general term. Because your UNL list, a validator doesn't necessarily vote per se, if you can understand that, because all the validators, well, it does, but all the validators listen to your validator. I listen to all the
Right.
validators on my UNL list, and I reach consensus with them. My validator reaches consensus with the others on my UNL list, and that's
But
where
Ripple,
my consensus. So
understand one more time though. What I'm trying to do is capture like we'll use XLS20 as an example, right?
yeah,
All the people who are running the validators, whether they're in the UNL or not, right, get to have at least some say so on their opinion of what they think about XLS20 by either voting for it or not, updating or not. Like at some point, they get to have a say so. What I'm
yeah.
saying is, all of us who make up the XRP community, like myself, who are not running the validator at that point, have no way to give our input. So I was trying to design a second layer that captures the broader community, right? That could then give that data to the validators. And if they wanted to consider that, or if a validator wanted to consider
Yeah,
that, they would have the information.
yeah,
To,
I've thought about this, and my opinion, my personal opinion, is that what we should do as a community is have all those validators who don't form part of the supermajority have an allocation of, say, 10% of the vote threshold. So all those validators that aren't part of the supermajority, their votes are calculated, and they hold
I think that's a
10%.
fantastic idea.
They hold 10% of the value of the votes. So in other words, you've got the supermajority who have 90% of the threshold. 10% goes to the, maybe different amount, maybe
Unless that
85-15.
screws up the cryptography somehow, I think that's a good idea. And
Yeah,
I
that's just my
would
personal
say,
opinion.
well, I think that that makes sense, and because you want more participation, and to that end, I think it was Cash that was talking. It gave me kind of an idea. I don't know why I never thought of this, but I was like, yeah, like we need almost like a sum wallet, but for like, what if I just want to spin up a validator?
Yeah.
My question is then to you, Karma. If you think it's a brilliant idea, um, what happens when you just spin up a validator to cast the vote?
Say
That's
that
why
again.
they have a limited number. That's why you have a restricted number. So like 10% of the vote. That's across
Yeah,
all validators.
yeah, I get that. But that was my question back to Karma. It was like, what happens
Yeah.
when someone just spins up a validator to cast the vote? They're just
Um,
spamming the votes.
that's a good question. I mean, I just I don't know. I'm not a cryptographer, but that's why I qualified
But
my
yeah,
statement.
but,
As
but
long as it doesn't break
that's one of the issues that I've always had, is that all validators don't have their opinion taken into consideration, and and for me
well,
that's a difficult position for me to be in.
I don't trust you, right? Or if you don't trust me, then I still think the trust graphs would stay the same. I don't
Yeah.
know how you would lump 10% in. I think it would be good to, but FOMO's got a good point too. If you just, because you could almost open up an attack vector where you could just try and spin up a bunch of nodes and tip the balance.
Yeah, you could, but if it's perceived to be like that, and it would be very obvious, you could always spin up more validators to counteract it.
Yeah,
And
coming back to your point there, Ripple NZ. 10% threshold. I mean, the attack vector over there is pretty small at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
If most of the validators on the UNL, I mean, you're only considering 10% of the votes at the end of the day. I mean, it's neither here nor there. It only comes really down to a tiebreaker at the end of the day that kind of thing comes into play.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, every validator that updates its software has a negative vote cast by virtue of the update for the safety of the network. And so, they would have to physically change their votes anyway. So a vote of 10% would be probably nominal in the sense that it's going to be always be a negative vote on behalf of the community, if you want to term it like that, the second layer, unless they physically change their votes to enable. And that's a lot of validators to counteract. They would have to have greater than 50%, or if you worked on consensus, 80%. You know, that's a lot of validators they would need to spin up to combat that.
Hey, Rippleton and FOMO, how hard would it be to just like set up a service where you could, like, let's say, I know this is an exaggeration, but a one-click button that would spin up like an Amazon Web Service instance, install Ripple D, and set up a validator for
Well, you've got one now. You know, Witsy's got a Docker image that you can use.
Exactly.
No, I've not seen that actually.
Yeah,
No.
Witsy's had, and it's always updated. It's one of the first things he updates is his Docker image.
I did it about 3 minutes today.
Yeah.
Oh, well, where the hell have I been?
Yeah, so yeah, the facility's there, but you know they're all good ideas. I you know, like I've said, I've always had struggled, and I totally misunderstood when I first became a member of the DNLs on people's lists. I was totally oblivious to the fact that my vote had never been counted prior to being on that list. Or being part of the super group. I always thought my vote was cast and fucking yay, my vote's in. We're going to enable this thing, only to find out that it was worth a bunch of shit.
And granted, like the 3 minutes I spent that I did something, I don't know actually what I did. So
yeah, but yeah, so it's you know, having a second tier. I think, you know, these are all things that as we move forward with the XRP Ledger, we're learning more about it, and as more amendments get enabled and we get more use, and as more users who rely on the XRP Ledger to then spin up their own validators and full history, their nodes and full history nodes and what have you. You know, from a ledger point of view, we're probably more in need of the nodes and full history nodes than what we are validators in the short term, and the businesses that rely on them should be running them. And then when need be, we just add more validators in.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, from the point of view of, like, let's say I'm just some ice cream shop down the street, and I need to run a node because it makes sense because I can get payments and whatnot. You know, instead of one of those credit card thingies. That's gotta be easy. Like, you can't expect an ice cream shop owner to understand any of this stuff. They just have to go to a site, subscribe, turn the thing on, and there you go.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, as
and
I've
I
said
think
in the past.
as an implementer, what is the incentive to set up the node as an implementer?
What's
Like,
the incentive? If your business relies on it, that's your incentive.
But the business doesn't know how to set up the node, so the node implementer.
So there's no incentive, and you shouldn't be on the network otherwise. If you don't know how to spin up the node, and you don't know how to maintain the node, and you don't know how to fix something in a critical situation, you shouldn't be on the network. Ciao.
Okay, so from your perspective, like, anybody selling XRP or anybody wanting to sell an ice cream cone to an XRP holder doesn't need to sell an ice cream cone.
No, the network is not the value proposition. The network is the network. They're two different things.
And I was asking about the value proposition of me setting up a node to a seller, not to somebody buying an ice cream cone.
The network proposition of you setting up a node is that if you're offering a token on the network, you should definitely be setting up a node. Why? Because it gives you some kind of I wouldn't say a KYC, but you're more than just a bought token that's issued on the network. You're offering some services to the network. The value proposition is that if you're using the network, you're building on the network. It's not just a free-for-all. People need to understand that.
Okay,
Mr. FOMO.
instead of building my network for the people I'm building for, why would I build a network for the people that need to utilize it? Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
the thing is, you would build something as a developer. You would build something that is user friendly for the retailer to actually use. So you would build an interface that they would be able to use quite freely, like FPOS terminal, for example.
And I guess that's what I'm bringing up.
That's
Like,
exactly what needs to happen.
nothing about this is user friendly at all. So, like, for end user, like, we're talking speak here that they don't even relate to. So, what is user friendly in this ecosystem?
So I'll bring it back to like kind of something like Sum at the end of the day. Sum is a wallet, right? Most people around you understand Sum. Sum, I think they run probably about, I would say in the region of about 20, around 20 validators or full history nodes, somewhere around there, right? Say that's the number, right? And they need to maintain all those validators and nodes to keep the submissions onto the network, to return the balances, to return whatever is happening in their wallet, right? They need to maintain those systems at the end of the day. They giving those systems away for free to everyone else that's using the network just because they're running a wallet, right? So their incentive at the end of the day is to keep the network moving forward. And if they don't provide that as a good enough service, no one's going to use it.
Do you realize how long your answer is taken? Like, how am I supposed to sell that to an end user?
Okay,
Not
let me.
about the end. No.
The pitch you sell to the end user. The pitch you sell to the end user is, hey, you use this thing and it costs you less money, and boom, the payment's done. All right, give me your money.
Okay, let me.
So there's a middleman in that.
Can I say something? I think I know what Stelling's talking about. How would I be able to go into a coffee shop and he trying to set up something for the coffee shop to receive payment? How would I be able to go spend my SRP to this coffee shop?
Well, then what you would have is you would have a Q code that your wallet scans. Because if you're going in to spend your XRP, you're going to have an XRP wallet, and you're going to have something like Zum who's got Q code functionality. You scan against the Q card of the retailer, and
this is how it's done.
That's exactly how it's done.
You're exactly right.
I literally like set up credit card transactions for a lot of huge companies.
Falling behind. And it's like this, like already ahead. Like this is just how it's done now, and the West just still is stuck with these stupid plastic cards.
You don't need a credit card with NFC at all.
NFC,
Zum can use NFC to pull money straight from your wallet and make a transaction, payment, whatever.
Yeah,
that's a strong statement, but it's not believable. 100%.
It's possible.
Possibility
the thing is
are completely different things. I'm talking about like payment systems. I set up payment systems for a lot of huge companies. And right now, like the realistic side of what y'all are talking about is like developing a payment system, and we're going to do this with the merchant and with the like. This is all fucking outlandish. So I'm talking about like real world like solutions here.
Yeah, so look, I'll give you an example of a solution.
There are none right now.
I'll give you an example of a solution. Xrphone. Now, here's a guy who's developed an app that allows you to pay your bills through an accounting software package and everything else, and pay your bills using XRP. And he's got demos on it. Look it up, Xrphone. Now he's integrated with.
If I want to buy like an ice cream, one of my
So the thing is,
hold on. I want to buy an ice cream. I have to walk into an ice cream shop that supports this one-off technology.
Yeah. So what you do is you develop as part of your app that moves to.
And my middleman company would have to develop that and sell it to the ice cream company, right?
Yeah, you would have like a Square or like a
You need,
Visa or a
No,
yeah.
they would
can I jump in
they
here? I've got the answer here. Sorry. The Look, Sun is not gonna be your everyday developer on the XRPL, right? If you're an ice cream shop and you're trying to sell ice creams to Joe Soap in the public, at the end of the day, all you're going to be doing is connecting to one of the validator nodes or one of the submission nodes on the XRPL, and you're going to be making the payment through the network itself. If you're building on the network and building out services on the network, that's something totally different. AKA issuing a token on the network. It means if you're issuing a token on the network, it means we want you to come into the network itself and be part of the network to build the network further. If you're just
Okay,
making a
so what
payment,
prevents me as an implementer from building a token for ice cream A and then keeping that token for myself, like for ice cream A product? And then everything that ice cream A has to do has to go through my token. That's not fair to, and I'm playing like devil's advocate here.
look, at the end of the day, if you're issuing a token on the network, you
wait
got
a
to build
second.
trust. If you're not building enough trust around your token is going to go to nothing. So
Yeah, that's
that's your
probably the
problem
right
about
answer.
your token.
But say that all that. Say that again. Okay, you issue a token, and then what? You won't issue it to yourself?
Look,
That's
it
the
doesn't
whole.
matter what token you use. It really doesn't matter what token you use for the purposes of purchasing the ice cream. There's two ways around it. If you want to use the XRP network for it, and you want to sell an ice cream using the XRP network, and you want to be able to accept any currency, you use pathfinding. But the developer of the app that enables your point of sale purchasing to take place enables that in the software. Otherwise, you don't. When you go to a shop and buy something and pay via FPOS, an electronic funds transfer, it does the software for you because somebody has developed that network
Yeah.
for you to enable that payment using that currency and that value. And it's exactly the same as XRP. There will be somebody who will develop a point of sale ability for a retailer to accept a currency, whether it's XRP or whether it's an XRP and anything else using pathfinding. Right, that's all hidden. That's irrelevant to the retailer. It's irrelevant to the customer. It's relevant only to the developer of the app that integrates the two together.
I think it's completely relevant. We're talking about somebody else developing a yellow book and selling it versus, like, ultimately what Web3 does is give that power back to the purchaser and the seller. Like,
But
If
we're
you
looking.
think, I'll tell you this now. Web3 retail is between retailer, person, and developer. Developer in the middle. There will always be someone in
So
the middle.
if we're talking about Ripple and we're talking about payment solutions, then why would I be able to develop a payment solution for 30 different companies that are under me and then them be able to overtake it? Like, there needs to be some sort of mediation where they can actually develop this and I can escort them into developing it and get
Can I?
paid
Can I?
as
As a practical matter, that's just not how things actually unfold. I've tried this before and failed. It wasn't fun. But they don't. They don't. And they won't develop and they won't do their own work.
exactly.
These companies will they will hire another company that's specialized in whatever that is. And I mean, I even had the software built and I tried to give it to them and they wouldn't take it.
But coming
So
back to
like
that little point there that Ripple NT highlighted, right? Pathfinding solves all the payment problems on the XRPL. No matter what you issue on the XRPL, you can settle that transaction via pathfinding. So you can issue whatever token you want, and it can be settled in USD, who knows, euro, whatever currency at the end of the day. It doesn't really matter. So
So, like, as developers, we should just all agree to make a little sticker that says PF, pathfinding, and put it on whatever project we develop. Like, what?
yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
yeah, exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, the XRPL has got the technology to cross the different currencies. At the end of the day, just use it. It's there.
Well, yeah, the technology is there, but we're overriding what the technology actually enables. And if we're
No,
talking about Web3, then we're talking about surpassing all of us that are in this conversation.
Yeah,
at
but
the end of the
a
day,
large
at the end of the
majority,
day, go for it.
large majority of people are actually issuing their own tokens when they shouldn't be. And there's no need for them to be issuing their own tokens. You know, if you issue your own token to sell ice creams, well, what's the point of that? Because you're going to limit your customer base to only those who hold the those ice cream tokens. Whereas if you use the XRP, you'd have a much more liquidity to sell. You'd have a much bigger customer base.
But who's the developer of your XRP pair on your website?
Who's what?
That's
Sorry.
the question. So who develops that?
I think you're asking who's the liquidity.
And their simple payment solution for you.
A third party. In every case, that's going to be the case. And
Well,
you know,
I get
Web3.
that. How does the third party get paid?
Via-
Other than
via
He
barter.
sells his product. He sells his product. He sells his point of sale facility. He sells his software.
I think you guys are talking past each other. There's got to be a liquidity provider in between. The liquidity provider is going to provide the liquidity and make a spread. The ice cream guy gets his whatever the hell his money is, and if he's smart enough, he'll make a profit and whatever. And then the customer just pays for the ice cream.
But the ice cream guy has to first decide that he's missing out.
Well, if he goes, look at, I'm not like no BS. My biggest expense is credit card processing. So
Well,
if
yeah,
someone,
that's what I deal with. 100% is credit card processing and
yeah,
we do
So,
low Earth orbit
so
SATCOM for credit card processing. Low Earth orbit SATCOM keeps businesses going during hard times. But I don't see, like, as much as I want to see it, and as much as a fucking advocate as I am,
my service is highly profitable, and literally the 3% that I pay for credit card processing is the biggest expense. And if I could somehow magically switch over to like using XRP, which isn't feasible currently, I mean, I would be at like almost 100% profitability.
well, I appreciate you saying that it's not feasible. Like, it's not feasible to switch over. Like, you understand the hardware.
no, but so from that point of view, you know, take into consideration a retailer and a customer, and you, as you described before, you know, at what point does the retailer determine that he's missing out? The point that he starts missing out is when his sales start going down. And when he starts asking his customers, why aren't you buying my ice cream? They say, because I'm going down the road and using XRP. And he says, well, I want to use XRP. So he goes to research and finds out how can he use XRP. And they say, well, go and see this developer because he's selling a point of sale condition. Now, you know, it's no different than FPOS, electronic funds transfer at point of sale. They market their product and they go to retailers and they visit them and they sell them their service. You know, it doesn't come as a natural requirement. They either accept cash or they either accept cards, or they can accept both. But you have to buy into the process of accepting the cards as a point of sale purchase, and all the data and all the process.
Ultimately, I think we need to change the approach.
Oh, as I've been saying for a long time, you know, I've said this for a long time. You know, crypto is too complicated for retail in its current form. The banking industry have solved this problem in the last 10 years and more so in the last 5 years. And we should be taking and adopting.
React to like EMVCC validation. Like, And we're talking about banks that are in the U.S. working with new companies with EMV validation. They won't even work with that. So we're having to try to convince
It's going to go to the
an industry that's already gone through like transitioning over to EMV validation. That didn't work. And everything sold to them like we're now selling them what, a new credit card transaction piece of hardware that can read a crypto wallet, or what the fuck are we going to really sell? And that's
Well,
that's
that's an
that's
industry.
my
That's up to
question,
us.
like in a hard form. That's a question for the developers. That's a question for the hardware developers. Like, what the fuck are y'all making for?
Well,
it's
yeah,
going to
ultimately
go
that's a
to
question for us.
the
You
QR
know,
code
Esmond,
solves multiple problems. It solves the air gap problem. It solves the ease of use problem. It solves the dynamics problem. And QR code is the solution.
yeah, it's as an industry, it's
I
up to
I
us
don't
to
see
fix the
QR
problem.
code coming as a valid solution until we have two-faced phones. Like, nobody's going to be turning around their phone to broadcast a message or it's too much. Anything more than one or two button clicks is too much. You pull out your wallet and you pull out your card. There's two button clicks, maybe four with a. We got to make this simple. And I'm talking to the hardware implementer. Like,
When you shine your camera at the QR code, it says, "Hey, do you want to pay this merchant this amount?" You slide right to say yes. You slide to say no, and that's it.
okay, so your solution involves like some, right?
Well,
So
there's
it's
got to be some sort of interface. Of course, I mean, you can't expect everybody to go and do like I do with freaking raw transactions. Like,
and I know, I agree. Like, I had to download Wells Fargo app or my own partner bank app just to interface with them. And I think certain like people are willing to do that, but they're not willing to do like an individual download for every fucking place they want to spend money, and that's what it's come to.
But
yeah, it's gonna have to be. I mean, look in the Asia market. It's all QR. They're way ahead of the West. They're way ahead of Europe, ahead of the Americas, North and Central South America. They're way ahead.
Somebody's mic is open. All right, there we go. All right, I think that's better because that feedback was killing me.
Yeah, it was Rippleton.
Sorry,
Sorry about that.
No, that wasn't Rippleton. That was that sailing guy right there. It's good. It's good. Carry on, y'all.
So, from my perspective, at the end of the day, as a developer in the space, I don't think there's any silver bullet solution to exactly what you're questioning, because we've got multiple networks, we've got multiple layers of everything on top of everything, right? At the end of the day, I think you're gonna have to pick the solution that fits you best in whatever your business is and build from there. So that means, I don't know, whether that's duplicating transactions on the ledger from your physical world to the ledger world, or whatever that is, to make a buck here or make a buck there, be it so. Maybe that's what it comes down to.
I think like I had a conversation on another forum earlier, and it was all, not necessarily all ETH maximalists, but like a good part of it. And I think there's a definite benefit to connecting ecosystems. And I think that's what ultimately XRPL, like if that's, we're all going to be maximalists here, then that's what it's about, right?
No, this is where Flair's gonna come in, dude. Flair's gonna surprise a lot of people.
I don't think Flair's
I think
going
a
to
lot
stop
of people
anything.
don't get it.
I'm sorry. My view is Flair is just trying to be. Flair is trying to connect networks at the end of the day, right? If Flair gets there or not, it's still to be determined. So I don't really count on that pie in the sky. Right now, what's available in the world today is you've got different networks. You've got to build either into those different networks or not. So it either means building something that's available to now, today, on a proven network, or something that's coming on the future. I'm not building to something that's not delivered, not here today. That's my perspective as a developer, right? It might be wrong.
Why would
I
your
agree.
business hold anything other than that?
I can see that, but from a theoretical, like a conceptual viewpoint, what Flair is doing is connecting a whole bunch of stuff, and it's going to make itself a hub in the Internet of Value, and I think it's going to be a really dominant player. It's probably going to take a bit of time before they get there, but I think it's going to probably be a dominant player.
And I think it could definitely be a player in the solution, but we have to talk about like real world solutions right now. Sorry, I've been drinking.
So
He been
that,
drinking. He been smoking.
Well,
yeah,
fuck.
that's the key thing, is a solution where you've got so many, and I'll use the term loosely, monetary systems evolving in the crypto space, who all are vying for that retail position. There needs to be some uniformity across it, so that the retailer is not imposed upon, the customer is not imposed upon, and that there is a solution in the middle developed by somebody who, in the sense of the XRP Ledger, has the ability to do that using pathfinding. All we need is somebody to actually make that app. And the person who first comes to the market with the first point of sale system that integrates as many currencies as they can without any inconvenience to the retailer and the customer is going to be the winner in the short term.
I
And then
don't
everyone
know
will
if it's
copy them.
currencies. I think it's credit card regulators. I think it's onboarding credit cards to accept the transactions. Period. I don't.
Yeah, you can't do it without law. The law, without the laws, it's not going to happen.
It
It's
will
all
build a monetary incentive. Like if Ripple came by and said, "Hey, we're going to pay you to accept XRPL." Like Ripple has a big play in this whole field.
Yeah, but
Even
I think
without Ripple,
Ripple aren't interested in the retail.
look,
well, you have to have the apps, but see, the credit card companies, oh geez Louise, they're going to drag their heels as long as possible.
they literally don't. Like the credit card companies are literally passing out EMV before they have the ability to process EMV.
What do you mean EMB?
EMV credit card transactions, like your little chip in the fucking card that people are talking about. Like 90% of the people that I implement, of the companies I implement,
Yeah.
the CC processor does not host EMV transactions.
So it doesn't use the new. I mean, is this like an NFC type thing, or am I not understanding?
Well, I'm saying like implementation right now relies on the credit card processors.
Right.
And unless they accept it, even if it's enabled in the hardware side of their swipe or their fucking stick your card in or put in your words, whatever the fuck they want, they have to implement it. And there are no implementers in between us, the retailers, and the XRPL.
Okay, real quick, who's talking? Sailing? Is that who's talking? Is that who's talking? Sailing?
Yeah, it was sailing.
Yeah.
Okay, can you do me a favor? Can you hop out and hop right back in? Because whatever, it's like some squeaky like feedback when your mic is open.
Roger that.
All right, thank you. Sorry guys, but I was trying, but it's
Hey, that's
starting.
all right.
It was like nails on a chalkboard after a while.
I don't know if he's talking about NFC or EM. I don't know what he's talking about EMV, but NFC implementers. They have been doing that for many years. I've been using my phone and tap to pay cards for years.
Yeah, me too. For the last 5 years.
There's gonna be yeah. I mean the NFC. It's gonna come down between a battle between NFC and QR codes. Is probably where the battle's gonna come down to. I mean,
The problem at the end of the day is the hardware retailers can't implement fast enough, and the software retailers can build stuff faster, right? And that's what it's going to come down to.
yeah, good point.
I'm back.
All right.
I think the biggest hiccup, honestly, guys, that we're going to face is the processors against whatever exchange. Like now we're talking about exchanges and processors.
Well, it's the whole infrastructure, right? Onboarding into crypto period, whether it's merchant side or retail side, right? It is too early right now for the masses to be here because it is too difficult. Even with us having the knowledge that we have, it still be confusing as fuck sometimes. It's like 6 to 10 steps to get from point A to point B if you're coming straight out of your bank account, right? And you want to get something that is not on a main exchange. Like it's like jumping through hoops, and until that becomes a bit more frictionless on both ends for merchants and retailers, we're not going to see that mass adoption. So for right now, we are the guinea pigs, and we are helping create this the foundation of how this should be laid out, right? Because the devs here are trying to find the solutions of how to make it so much more easier.
Okay, so where's the incentive on the middleman? As it's been this whole time, like,
There's no
and that
middleman.
really doesn't change. That doesn't change the structure. Like, if we're keeping a middleman here, like, it doesn't change structure.
So you're talking about the dev, right? Because the dev would be the middleman, right? Whoever develops that is going to be the middleman, right? So everybody who's here right now, pretty much, right? Majority of the crypto community that's here right now is basically independent when you really think about it. It's not corporation, right?
100%.
So with that independent mindset, what are people doing right now? Look at FOMO. FOMO, are you getting paid to do the things that you do, the apps that you build in the Zum wallet? Rippleton, are you getting paid to run your validator? These people are doing it for the love of it, right? And because what we preach every day, day in and day out, aside from not your keys, not your crypto, and do your own research, we consistently preach we want to be our own banks. We want control of our own shit, right? And that's why we sit in these space calls day in and day out, having these conversations amongst each other and sharing ideas, sharing conversation, right? And the incentive for that is helping the next person become their own bank, right? Nobody is. I mean,
I'm
there
all
are.
about
Huh?
I'm all about helping the next person become their own bank. I'm all about helping the next company, but there has to be a monetary value associated with that. And I think a lot of time that's what
There's multiple
developers and left
ways.
out of the
There's
crypto space.
multiple ways to monetize providing liquidity. There's options, like a lot of them.
And I
If you
think a
would
lot of
please
people,
read those.
glaze over when they hear the term like Karma's throwing out there liquidity at the end of the day. That's all the XRPL is. It's a liquidity pool to exchange from currency A to currency B. Whether you're exchanging who knows what for what, right? That's all it is. It's that pool of funds to go from one hop to the other. It's nothing more. It's not gonna be the next Bitcoin. It's not gonna be the next who knows Ethereum. It is the XRPL. It's meaning payments. Payments means jumping from one point to another point. And to do that, you
So
need a central pool.
so I have to become my own hub, basically.
No, you can become part of the network and use whatever's on the network, or you can build something yourself. Pick.
Well, in essence, if you want to, I mean, it's sort of like the people that, you know, caught on early, whether by accident or what have you, and made themselves sort of social media. What do you call them? I call them hubs. Oh, what do you call people that have like a ton of followers? Anyway, that kind of thing.
What the
Influencers.
what? The influencers?
Yeah. Okay, so mathematically, the influencers are just a hub. So if you want to be a player in the network, you want to be a hub. I mean, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You want to run your own node, like you want to you. There's levels
Well,
of.
yeah, and that's where I go back to like if you want to be inclusive, like of your customers to XRPL, like everybody in here pretty much has to become a node to reproduce this value.
But that's what
Well,
pathfinding
the
got
simple,
us.
yeah.
That's
So the simple solution to that is what you do is you create a product that you sell to your customers, and then you have connectivity back to a hub that you provide for your customers to do it. You can also provide them redundancy into other hubs, but that's how the network works. You know, you if
So
you build a
we've got
product for your
how many
customers.
people in here? Like 25 per page and 3 pages. Like everybody's going to become their own hub and pretty much a decentralized already currency.
Yeah, but like it's no different than an accounting package. You know, like Xero. They work off a cloud-based accounting system, so they have an infrastructure that they build out for their customers to connect to, and that's how they work. And that they have different hubs around the world that they connect into to provide their facility. But that's what you do as a provider of a service. You build the network and the ability to facilitate the product that you've built within the network of your own, you know, and that's what
And,
we always say, that if you rely on the XRP Ledger to provide to be your business model, then you need to build a node to run it from.
and I appreciate that answer. That's very forthright. Like, I think it speaks a lot to the people that are in here that, like, this is not something that's just going to happen. That we, as the people that want to see this happen, have to develop it ourselves.
Absolutely, 100%.
So I got a DM that asked, "Isn't this what the liquidity hub is going to do?"
no.
Oh,
No,
absolutely.
liquidity hub's completely different.
That's what this conversation is about. Like, companies aren't just going to jump on and provide liquidity. Like, the banks will, yes, and the implementers will, yes, via the companies that they implement. But without us, it is pretty much a cold system for wallets for the big banks.
Look, me as a developer, you're stuck between a hard rock and a very difficult situation, right? Either you pick a system and you build into it, or you ignore it and at the end of the day you jump on the train. So my point of view is I'm here, I understand a whole bunch of the different networks. I'm trying to build a solution into one of these, right? Whether it's the right thing or the wrong thing at the end of the day, so be it. I'm trying to build a solution into the market. If it
Well,
succeeds,
you're gonna do very well. Don't worry.
yeah, but I'm not worried about doing very well. I'm worried about the rest of the network and their perception, right? The rest of the network is worried about, oh, the price of XRP is so today, and tomorrow it's so tomorrow, and it- it's not the price of XRP. XRP is the liquidity in the market. XRP is there to facilitate the transaction. Uh, Forget about the price of XRP. Stop building the things from the one currency to the other currency, and forget about XRP. Just use XRP as kind of, it's that Nostra Vostra thing. It's that my point at the end of the day for XRP is it's that Nostra Vostra. If you need to move currency between two different geopolitical regions in the world, keep a little XRP. If you don't keep XRP. That's my whole like spiel in this world.
And if
Yeah,
we're
but
talking about Austria, we're talking about nothing but huge holders. We're talking about banks.
yeah, but on a
No,
retail level, it's no different. You know,
exactly.
at the end of the day, if you want to move money from point A to point B, from the customer to the retailer, or for the retailer back to the customer, whatever way, then you need to have a facility to be able to do that. And you have a point of sale system that you have developed. And your point of sale system, if you develop it for just one retailer, well, then you hook into an existing point of sale system that's widely available, or you develop a whole system for everyone to use and you sell that service and that point of sale system, no different than what the credit card companies do now in selling their sales services and their point of sale systems. It's up for us as an industry to actually develop and build out. And the first one who actually manages to do that by incorporating as many currencies as they can into it will be a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an
I don't
opportunity.
think we're talking about currencies now. We're talking about processors.
Yeah, but it's still, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. At the end of the day, you need a point of sale system for the retail industry, and in the retail industry, currently there is not one available, and there are
Well,
many ad
no,
hoc
my
systems.
point is that no point of sale system at this point, at least in the US, is capable of holding their own to technologies they want to have, including
They can't.
EMD.
So
They're
whose responsibility is to build that out?
they're legally not allowed to. They can't.
Yeah. Yeah,
They
well,
can't.
legally, aside of that, even if they weren't, you could still work on developing the system, even though they don't have the legal regulation to enable it. They can still be working on building it out, which is an adjunct to what they've already got with other systems. It's not rocket science, and all you need to do is to find some way to incorporate as many of the existing currencies that are built out digitally to be able to for want of a better word, pathfind between other currencies. And currently the XRPL facilitates that beautifully. And you could use it. You could use another currency like Bitcoin or Ethereum if the facility was there to pathfind amongst other currencies within its network or other things. But currently the XRPL is the leader in that, and the developers who are building out need to start thinking about end use and the retailer and the public and how they're going to use that to pay things and pay for things. It's all very well and good. And as FOMO said,
the price of XRP is absolutely irrelevant, because at the end of the day, what you're doing is using XRP to transfer value from one person to another. That's all it's been used for. And it doesn't matter whether it's worth $1 or $1,000. You only buy the amount of XRP to transfer that value. Once the transaction's finished, that value has gone out of that XRP, and it is no longer of any use until the next transaction. So, and if the price was $1 million, you'd need, and the price of XRP was $1, well, you'd need 1 million XRP. If the price of XRP was $1 million, well, then you'd only need one for the transaction. The transaction would still take place, still exactly the same values transferred, but it's just the amount of XRP you'd need. So
I didn't know you
yeah,
guys were still going, man. I got rugged in the last space, but yeah, I just heard what you said. I just came in, Rippleton. But let's be honest. I mean, the amount of liquidity that's out there right now for these assets is very thin. I mean, it's an extremely thin amount of liquidity, even with the trading pairs you'd expect to be the most major, such as like the euro, the Japanese yen, the American dollar. It's very thin liquidity.
It doesn't really
Especially
matter
seeing that we've
because
gone near 100% in the last quarter. Like liquidity across the space as far as retailers go, like this is nil, non-existent.
the liquidity is there. It's just waiting to be used. The
yeah.
problem is there's
I'm,
nothing
I'm,
pushing the
I'm not
market
saying
from one
liquidity
direction to the
is
other.
there at all. Don't get me wrong. I love XRP. I'm trying to be the naysayer here and advance this.
Well, liquidity is there, but only to such an extent, right? And I've had Twitter threads on this recently, but at the end of the day, if you're trying to move $10,000, fine, the liquidity's there, right? But I think if you're trying to move, and I think I even tweeted this at you, FOMO, recently, if you're trying to move $20 million, right, which for a normal person is a large sum and is not reasonable, but for a business or especially a country or a central bank, that's a very reasonable amount, and that type of liquidity can't come close to moving through the system right now. The USD coins that are currently available on the certain gateways don't even have that market cap. One does, but the trading value that it has, 20 million, is much more than it trades in a day, something like 80x. And the amount of slippage, I just looked at it the other day. It's incomprehensible. You'd have about like 70% slippage by trying to move $20 million through the system. And that's a very normal amount you would expect a bank to move.
So my counter to that kind of value proposition at the end of the day is the market will buy up as much as you've got as soon as you move past a percentage of slippage, right? So as soon as you start moving 1%, 2%, 5%, as soon as that percentage grows, the market will buy up whatever you've got. It doesn't really matter. Um, so yes, the slippage is a mathematical percentage in that whole equation. But there are means and technical means to overcome that. And that's exactly what ODL is trying to provide to the market.
Doesn't the private blockchain
No,
protect
no,
the company from
no,
the slippage?
no private blockchain, no matter what you can call it, private X, private Y, doesn't factor anything into the
That's
situation.
correct.
But that's
The
just
thing
what
is,
Ripple
the
was selling
public market
to the
needs to buy
clients,
the
right?
liquidity at the end of the day. If the public market can't handle that liquidity, it's going to fail. And that's exactly what the XRPL is trying to achieve, right? The example of trying to move 20 million or 20 billion or 20 trillion or whatever it is across the network needs to handle that. And if the network can't handle that, it'll fail, and it'll keep failing and trying to resume itself to that point. And that's exactly what the whole XRPL system is about, is trying to solve that system. Whether it fails or doesn't get there, who knows? But I think everyone is trying to build to that situation. And I don't think it's a checkbox. Yes, we've solved it. Let's go. It's gonna be stumbling every single step of the way to get there, and we're getting there. That is my point.
And I think that's an excellent point, FOMO, and I appreciate that point of view. You know, because you get a lot of people in the community saying like it's gonna move all the world's money and be the bridge currency between anything. You know, but we've established that right now moving $20 million isn't even really possible between even the largest currency pair, which is the USD or the euro or the the Japanese yen, whatever we want to talk about. So it's a goal to be strived for, and if it doesn't have an ability to obtain that, it would fail. But
I
that's
will
what
pull
we're
you back
striving
there.
for.
Can I pull you back there 1 second? That
Of course.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're transferring more than $20 million between Australia and the USD euro at the moment via I think it's Independence Reserve.
And doesn't Codius like address that speed? Like right now, we're all golden as far as the crypto space and
No,
XRP.
Codius is dead. Has been for a
Codius
long
is dead.
time.
Yeah.
So Codius
Yep,
is supposed to speed these
100%
up
dead.
by what, like tenfold?
No, Codius doesn't resolve anything.
Hey, listen, guys, I need to vacate. Good talking to you. I'll catch up later.
Nah.
mate.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Where are you
Get him.
going?
Get him.
Don't be leaving.
Supermarket. I'm going to the supermarket.
Fuck the
Because I
supermarket. Just be
because I came
hungry.
back. Because I came back.
I'm going to
sorry.
buy lemons.
All right. Be safe, my guy. We'll probably still be here if you come back.
Yeah, the last base got rugged on me too cold. I didn't realize.
No, it rugged the whole room. It rugged on me. My whole phone froze, and I was like, "What the fuck just happened here?" So
Oh, it's a shame. We were rocking so well.
yeah, it was. I see we got this guy Gary Wayne Marty joining the conversation. What's going on?
I'm going to be on stage on America's Got Talent next season.
Okay, that's good for you. Congratulations. Bye bye. Um, all right, yeah, let's keep it going, right? Where's everybody at, right? I was sitting here learning. I'm sitting here soaking in y'all conversation. Come on, go, keep going. Where'd he go? Sailing. Where'd he go? He was having a conversation, rocking. So it was the we were talking about the right, the liquidity pool and like the point of sales, and basically how this is going to work, right, when businesses and retail enter this space.
Yeah, and I think carrying on from that point, and interesting, the developments at the end of the day comes back to some with regards to, if you watch the last, I think it's called the Apex what do we call it, forum, or whatever you want to call it at the end of the day. They delivered a speech with regards to offline payments from the Xrpl. And that's something I would watch going forward, especially with regards to the upcoming Hooks Amendment. If the Xrpl is able to develop that payment solution being offline via some other Hooks Amendment, or way of processing the transaction at the end of the day, that opens up a whole lot for a lot of the questions that a lot of people have been asking around here.
Well, I think that talking about XPOP is a good idea. A lot of people misinterpret what XPOP is supposed to do. You know, I feel like one of the things I've corrected people on a lot is how XPOP works, and you know, for a brief explanation for everybody, the misconception about XPOP is that the XRPL ledger can work offline, which is just inaccurate. A distributed ledger technology can never work offline. That's impossible. That would validate the whole premise of a distributed ledger technology, where it's distributed and all these different nodes know about the status of the network at any one given time. And
No, you can transfer payment channel receipts just like you can transfer lightning channel things offline.
it's not offline. You have to transfer it to your peer who has to also be online. That's incorrect, Karma.
Well,
And
you have to get back online to settle up, but you can clear offline.
yeah,
I can give you a receipt and you can know that I'm good for it and there it is and you got it and you're not online.
you
But
just said
eventually
it. I can
online,
give you
you're
a
gonna
receipt. How do you
settle
give
it.
somebody a receipt without being online?
Well,
Can
I don't you FC.
can I come
You have
back?
to be online.
Can I come back to exactly what I think you were going towards there, Scam? The Xpop is misunderstood by a lot of people, right? Xpop
100%.
means one person is online and the other person is offline. That
Yep.
means the
Offline
offline,
payment verification.
yeah, that means the person that's offline is validated by the person online.
That's right.
That's effectively what Xpop can do.
And it's a great little use of the technology. And a lot of people though misinterpret it, and the influencers, and this goes back to my whole fight. I'm always fighting the influencers spreading incorrect information, right? And they say, oh, the XRPL can work offline. So like, good luck, all you other cryptocurrencies, when the world internet and power goes down. It's like, listen, the XRPL goes down when that happens too. Like it can't work without the internet, because that would be a violation of a distributed ledger technology, because all the other ledgers wouldn't know the status of it and you can double spend. Because that's what the whole thing is here, right? These technologies are trying to prevent people from double spending. And if the other ledgers didn't understand the status of your particular account, then you could double spend. So you have to have it on the internet. So is what XPOP allows you to do is, one is still connected to the internet, but you prove to a party that's not connected to the internet that you have paid the payment with cryptographic proof. And they can validate that once you provide them with that offline cryptographic proof through a QR code, and know with 100% certainty that you have paid them. But they were still online. You still needed to submit that to a validator. A validator still needed to get that into a ledger through the regular consensus process, and you needed to be on the internet. And these are the kind of things that we see in the community that we try to educate
Not
people about.
okay. Theoretically, kind of, you're right.
No,
But
I'm 100% right.
No,
Homo will tell
he's
you.
100% correct.
Thank
The
you.
only thing that Xpop provides is the ability to kind of cut that relationship in half.
that makes sense. But no,
Thank you, FOMO.
you can know that if I have pre-funded a payment channel and I send you a receipt, you can know that that is a funded receipt. You can believe me and go ahead and give me whatever it is I'm paying you for.
Yes, but you said give a receipt. That implies the internet is used to give the receipt.
No, why it could be NFC. Like we were just talking earlier. Could be a QR code.
Who
between
has that?
devices.
Who has NFC verification for payment channels currently? I'm not aware of that technology developed in anything.
I didn't say anybody has built it yet, but I mean, this is gonna come.
Oh, theoretically, yeah, a lot of things can be built. You're correct in that, but it's
Preface
not here
full
today.
theoretically, like
But today you need the internet to
you
interact.
you and I could both be offline, but you and I could both have an understanding that I already have funded a payment channel or pre-funded a payment channel in order to pay you, my supplier. And then we can meet offline and do a transaction, and neither you or I are online.
But that's
And
the level
you,
of trust. That's exactly what the XRPL core comes down to at the end of the day, Karma. It's all about trust. So you can trust that person that they're good for that, but until it's validated on the actual XRPL,
oh yeah,
it's not a transaction.
Thank you,
yep.
FOMO.
You gotta go back to the ledger and ultimately get online and process the transaction. 100%.
Well, even at, I'm gonna jump in here real quick. What's up, guys? Even at the single point of interaction with the ledger, you can't afford a double spend. So one party needs to be online at all times. Xrpl works, and Scams didn't really finish the explanation, but it's pre-recording a memo field. Basically, you're pre-recording a callable execution transaction. You can't both be offline. That's impossible.
Yep.
Yeah, but the
And that's for any
transaction doesn't
distributed
take
ledger
so
technology.
the transaction doesn't take much energy, so that would be
That's not the point.
syncable.
You
You know,
can't both be
I don't
offline by
think.
principle.
Why not? I have it. Let me contest this a little bit, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but why can't it be offline? I mean, I do offline transactions, and I
But
get a
we could sit
transaction.
next to each other, submit the same transaction on double spend. Once we both
But
go
why?
online, who
Why?
determines who's right or wrong?
But let's say I'm paying you, right? Why can't I sign the transaction blob from my account and like hand you the transaction blob, and then you
But
go and
that's
submit
something
it?
that's something totally different, Karma. That's coming down to trust. You've got the liquidity to provide the liquidity for that transaction offline.
And I would still want a third party assuring that. And that's actually the principle of rippling. During rippling, you don't move XRP. That's why it doesn't cost XRP to ripple through trust lines and settle debts triangularly.
And the other point is you said that you would submit the signed transaction blob to the other person, but they would still then go ahead and submit that to the rest of the network, which means they need to be online. Because if they don't submit that to the network and they give you whatever types of goods or services that you're looking for, and then you double spend that before they submit it to the ledger, that's it. They're out of a payment. So like any person is
No,
going to
it
submit that
won't.
to the
It won't.
ledger.
It won't let you do that. But yes, you do
No, no, no,
actually.
no, no, that's not true. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. If I don't submit it to the ledger, a signed transaction, no validators know about. They could spend those exact same coins and double spend you unless I've submitted it to the ledger. And that's the whole point of distributed ledger technology. And that means that we have an online participant.
And with the pre-recorded memo, it actually determines already the QR code that the offline machine spits out, right? So it couldn't actually be scanned twice by two cell phones by spitting out the single QR code either, right?
Right,
There's
there's
a
a
thinking
nonce
behind it.
involved.
It's
There's
a
a nonce involved,
sequence.
a unique nonce.
I think at the end of the day, Scams, to preface all your questions that are kind of digging a little into the technicalities of exactly what Xpop is, I would preface this and say that the best conversation would be to speak to anyone from some, being Richard specifically or Vitsa. Um, I think a lot of us understand it technically at the end of the day, but there are still a lot of assumptions that are put into this conversation. Just a FYI.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
definitely. Just my
I agree
interpretation,
with
and I'm
you.
actually quoting Vitsa a lot of times when I'm talking in terms of pre-recorded memos. That's exactly how he explained it once, and I'm not speaking for him, and I'm no expert, but there are certain things at the same time that are just opinions. Then also, if you say that you could both be offline, which again, principally, if you just watch the YouTube video that they did on Xpop, it's literally impossible because that's not how a ledger works. It requires the internet. You can batch
That's right.
transactions even on Bitcoin, right? One-sided, but it still needs to need one online party that ensures that that memo that is pre-recorded is not called by two of the same. We couldn't stand next to each other as at an offline device, put in one XRP, and
There's
both
a
take the picture
sequence.
of the QR code and get two pieces of bubblegum. The
But there,
protocol, the
And
memo, only allows for dispensing one piece of bubblegum that you, as the online device, validated on the ledger. That's how it works, in my understanding and interpretation.
when you do like a raw transaction, there's a sequence number. So every time you do another transaction on that wallet, you have to
No,
up from like 3 to 4.
You need to be connected to the network to get a new sequence number.
exactly.
It's exactly what Scams is talking about, right? When you submit a transaction to the network, that that sequence number gets incremented by 1, right? And you get a new sequence number.
Well, not the way I do it. I have to do it manually.
FOMO,
Like
the
I have to
craziest,
go.
the,
I
the
have to go.
craziest thing, FOMO, is that Digiritis, you were in the room that day too. That we actually, I can't remember whose room it was. It was a couple months ago, and Witsa was in there and explaining
Yeah,
Xbox
that's
to
what I'm saying.
people,
I'm
and people were
paraphrasing.
telling him, he's wrong. I literally was in shock,
It's
and I
beautiful.
didn't know what to do, and I didn't even know how to respond to that. Like they were telling him he's wrong as he's explaining to them how this works, and this community sometimes makes me hit my head against the wall. It's incredible, like that I was witnessing this that night. Do you remember that, Digiritis? Were you in the room? You were in the room. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, again, the point is that I'm trying to paraphrase Wietse, and FOMO is absolutely correct. We should hear it from him himself, or you can just research, right? Because honestly, has been discussed previously, and there is beautiful applications of this current technology, but there's also dreamer clouds that are just technically just not working that way. That's the way I hit my head with the XRP community sometimes. Like, that's not how it works. Just like rippling issued assets, and I don't know enough either. But then I feel like frustrated of even talking about it because everyone ignores it. And even the bridge asset argument is a fallacy if you got issued assets. And everyone using an issued asset use XRP as a transaction cost, just like many do, to move IOUs at the cheapest cost, which was why it was invented. It's not another Bitcoin. It is to move value cheap.
I think the rippling thing that's one of the first things that just was like so impressive. That functionality is, if deployed properly or applied properly, I don't know what's the right word there. It's that functionality is super powerful.
FOMO, I actually have a question for you about that. I mean, like my interpretation of it is that if I have trust lines for valuable assets such as, USD, but I got all these other companies out there, and maybe I have trust lines to them too, but keeping rippling on for them seems like a very dangerous prospect, right? Because at the end of the day, you have that ability to be swapped for a gateway or a party that might not be as trustable. I mean, for me, default rippling should always be off, to be completely honest with you, to not end up with an issued asset that's less trustworthy than another.
Um, my understanding of rippling is not 100% at the end of the day, so I'll preface exactly that message back to you. And basically, I'm just going to give you a disclaimer saying that at the end of the day, my understanding of rippling is not 100%, so I can't tell you exactly what the swap will be, where on the XRPL. So I can't give you that exact answer, and that's only
That's
because I
fair.
don't understand enough of it.
That's fair. Thank you.
I work on
Scams.
other parts of XRPL, so I don't work on issuing assets, so I can't give you that answer.
Scams. There was an attack, I don't know, several years ago, an attack vector that, yes, because rippling currently is default no, but it used to be default yes. This goes back to the Ryan Fugger days, and yeah, there was an attack, and some people lost some money because folks were sending. The attacker would send. I think the way the attack worked was they would send in deep, like useless, never going to be redeemed, issued assets, and getting rippled back assets
Well,
that could be
not
redeemed.
Ripple, but other assets from a trustworthy gateway. So like USD from a place you can redeem it, but you have untrustworthy USD because there's no intention to redeem it and no proper backing. So you can
And
issue it,
actually,
ripple it through the system, and then
Like,
cash out.
like
and
say you
actually,
send, say I've got USD, I don't know, Bitstamp, and you send scams USD to me, and then it ripples back to you the Bitstamp USD.
It's actually, from what I understand, actually a little different. It's to where with rippling, you trust the issuer. So there could be multiple issuers of basically the same token. And it depends on you as the issuer how you distribute your asset, right? Because at
Yeah,
the end of the day, actually it's a holder's risk, not an issuer's risk per se. It's a holder's risk that you could buy or transact with an asset that is actually not issued by the original issuer.
well, because you don't have to set the trust line. So if you don't trust that issuer, then then you don't trust that issuer.
Yeah, and that's just my opinion. I mean, my understanding.
But my
Well,
my problem is I look at this, right, and I say like, okay, you have disparate issuers, right? Because a lot of different issuers issue the same asset. If you look today on issued assets, there's multiple issuers who issue USD. There's multiple issuers who issue the euro. There's multiple issuers who issue BTC, right? But everyone has a varying degree of trust, and you have to trust an issuer, just to be clear, right? A gateway who issues an IOU, you have nothing, excuse me, but a promise from the issuer that they're going to redeem whatever that is supposed to be an issued asset for. So either USD, BTC, maybe it's not redeemable for anything. It's just your own token on the network that's good for doing whatever your token is supposed to be good for, which is the majority of tokens, by the way. But if you get that swapped for a less trustworthy issuer, you may not ever get your USD or your BTC redeemed. So there's actually, even though they're quote unquote the same asset, and you're supposed to be able to use rippling to move throughout the system in a more cost effective and a better, more efficient manner, you could put yourself at risk by getting exposed to an asset, as just mentioned a moment ago by Karma and the attack that was executed, that's not as trustworthy. So is what ends up happening is you end up having people who don't want to put on rippling, and I think it should have been changed to default no as it has, and then you're kind of segregated into the issued asset you trust. So you're not going to use USD listed by scams, right? Because you don't know who this guy is. He could be a scammer.
But
You're going to
scams, you're
use the
already
Bitstamp.
done because you're not a gateway that complies with KYC and OFAC regulations. And I would actually take the gateway aspect away from rippling, just to cut you short real quick. But in my opinion, rippling means that CBDCs could ripple through their account. There's no uh, uh, people like regular people even being able to buy it because it's not listed on a DEX, right? And what you can do is settle debts amongst each other in the most gas efficient way, because I kind of threw that in earlier. Rippling involves no movement of XRP as it is issued assets, and therefore it's actually free to settle debts amongst a triangular situation. And I think that is kind of more the use case that function really enables, right? In a closed ecosystem where you trust all the participants and everyone is a stakeholder, you can just say, hey, I owe you this, but you owe him that much, and therefore, I'm gonna just pay her and settle our debt again, kind of that's what rippling really is to me. Not necessarily the issuance of the coin and then redeemable through a gateway, but more a function of a ledger.
I think it does take
Handling.
XRP though.
That I think the Ryan Fugger guy who came up with this, long before Bitcoin, but like this is the original genius to me. From like a financial engineering point of view, the way he built the system, I mean, it's really kind of, freaking impressive. Just flat out impressive. Like, seriously.
And I don't disagree with that. I think the point I'm trying to make, because of the specific way rippling works in the attack vectors, is when you look within a particular issued asset that's supposed to be a popular one, right? Like USD, you don't have the deepest liquidity. And to move large payments that big businesses or banks would want to use is just not possible today with the
You got
amount of
Tether
liquidity.
and Circle gateways on
Can
XRP online.
I will just preface exactly what you just said there and say that Taco Stand, a really famous wallet on the XRPL, has been able to move billions of dollars through the DEX on your quote unquote untrusted IOU.
How long did it take though? And he only used one IOU, by the way, right? He used the most trusted IOU. He used Bitstamp, right? Notice he never turned on rippling, and he never went to any other issued asset but USD Bitstamp because he trusts USD
His rippling
Bitstamp,
is
right?
actually enabled.
I last I checked it wasn't, and he only has in that wallet, not the taco stand. He always transfers it to another wallet to interact with the DEX, right? So that's the
That
wallet you
other
checked. Is
wallet
that correct?
has got rippling enabled.
And but it only has one asset in it, correct? USD Bitstamp.
I'm not exactly sure exactly. I think it's got more than one. I think it has another USD and one or two other assets. But at the end of the day, my point is he's been able to transfer that value via USD, via quote unquote, your illiquid USD on the DEX.
It took him 8 years though.
It's
I
been
mean,
done.
notice he had to do it so slow. It took him 8 years to
No,
liquidate it all.
he's been
He's under
limited. Can
contractual
I?
constraints. I mean,
No,
he could possibly do more than, I don't know. I forget what the number was.
It was
1%,
5% of volume.
3%.
He broke
my
the
point
contract,
is
by the way, and got brought to court and sued for it. So I mean,
my point
No,
is
that's
he's
because his
been
brother
limited.
sold it for his cousin.
He's been limited via legal agreements to sell X amount of liquidity onto the DEX. It doesn't mean that he was unable or he's had X amount that he's been able to sell into the DEX. He could, if he could have been able to sell more, we don't know whether the liquidity was there to be provided or not. But what he's been able to sell has been sold via the DEX and it's been provided. The market hasn't crashed and he's gone on and done his thing. So I don't see your counterpoint there.
What he's saying that the liquidity provided was by Bitstamp having that gateway secured Bitstamp USD, right?
Look, Bitstamp, if you looked at any of the market makers, they were providing the liquidity onto Taco Stan's wallet, right? You can go into the DEX, you can look at whatever ledger that he bought and sold liquidity at, and you can go and look at the wallets that provided that liquidity to Taco Stan, right? You can see that they were buying USD on Bitstamp and they were selling it to Taco Stan. They took a profit from Bitstamp and they sold it to Takistan. Whatever that profit is, whether it was a profit or a loss, can be recorded and be looked at. And it wasn't much. It was like 0.02% or whatever it is at the end of the day. It was basically nothing on whatever the actual spot value was on Bitstamp versus what he got, right? And people can go and look that up.
Now, Fomo, where does Ripple buy the billions of XRP that they have in the last quarter?
You can go and look at all the wallets that Ripple actually has and go and look at where they're getting that liquidity from. It's on my website.
I think that's part of the line of credit offering.
I was hoping for some like free alpha without subscribing, man. Come on, hook us. Yeah, it is interesting because at the end of the day, there's only so much out there, and they probably secondhand bought some of Jet's. Is that unarguably that they probably bought some back from the founder?
I would say the more interesting thing out of everything that has happened from what Takistan has actually done and what has expired throughout the whole progress of his sales onto the market is, one, he hasn't crashed the market. That hasn't happened, right? Two, there's a whole bunch of new liquidity that's just out there in the market now today that would never have been released into the market, no matter what Ripple would have done or not, right? I don't think they would ever have been able to sell that amount of liquidity into the market that is
because it would have crashed, just like you just said. He was only allowed to sell 5%, and Ripple agreed in 2017 to only release that many in escrow to take away that investor anxiety of them suddenly dumping, right? And now Jet is done, but there's two other founders that have billions of XRP, right? There's still VCs that have billions of XRP. Are you going to be waiting for them to finally slowly clear out their wallet, or
Yeah,
are you
but
afraid of
that's what I'm
them
saying
actually
is
crashing?
look at the data that's there, right? I mean, we can't assume like the world is gonna fall down, the world fell down and blah. We have to look at the events that have perspired on the XRPL and take the data that is there
But the
available
risk
to
is
us.
there. It's not like Bitcoin where you know what's getting released in earnable coins. It is a whole different risk scenario, in my opinion.
But the
If you
risk
look
is there.
at
It's defined.
how you calculate, circulating coins.
I
But
agree with FOMO that the data is there, and I don't mean to try to dunk or anything on anybody, but I did post at the top. This is the wallet that Taco Stand sent all of the funds to do rippling, and you can see, you can look up the wallet yourself on any website that's out there if you don't have your own node, and you can see it's $71 million in USD Bitstamp. Check the wallet, it's the only token in there, and rippling is turned off, as I said. So we have the data and we know how long it took Taco Stand to move this through the DEX. You can look at the Bitstamp USD today, and the trading volume today was only $35,000. That is minuscule in the grand scheme of things, and that's why it
can I
took Taco Stand so long to sell it.
can I point you to something else? A data point that you seem to have skipped is that every single wallet that has seemed to have bought the USD from Taco Stand has seemed to have gone cold at the moment. What do you say to that?
I don't know. I don't know who the parties are. It's a
Federal
pseudo
Reserve,
anonymous
bro.
system.
But you seem to have all the data. So my question is, there are multiple wallets that are buying all this USD from Taco Stand, and they've all of a sudden gone cold. What's
Buying
happened?
XRP, not USD.
Oh, XRP,
They
whatever. They were
sold they sold
providing him the
they sold
liquidity of
USD.
USD. Yeah, exactly.
I can't speak why they went cold. They're pseudo anonymous wallets. I mean, maybe the XRP conspiracies are true. It's the U.S. Treasury
My
buying it.
question then would be, did they make a profit or not?
Yeah, and is there a legal binding agreement that it actually wasn't Jed himself who's buying it back, right? Technically, there would be nothing to avoid that. Principally, not saying that he did, but in theory,
Well,
theoretically.
Digititis, it's an excellent point you bring up, right? Because we see this all the time in pseudo anonymous ledgers, right? We've seen it in Ethereum with people buying their own NFTs to create market hype. Maybe Jed thought that the community disliked his presence so much it would be a bullish activity to sell off all of his XRP, but he didn't want to actually sell it. So for very nominal fees on the XRP ledger, it's very easy to sell it to himself. And at the end of the day, maybe that's what he did because he thought that would be bullish for the price. So we don't know who's on the other end of those accounts. Fomo brings up a good point. It's a
Can I
pseudo anonymous system.
can I ask you another question that no one else seems to have brought up? Is Taco Stand is still sitting on $80 million in his wallet. What's happening with that?
Yeah, that's in Tether. That's in Bitstamp USD, and the wallet Taco Stand sent to it has about 71 million in it.
Yeah, that's his main sell wallet.
That's right.
Any
That's what he
idea?
sold. No, I don't have data on that because when it's sitting there stagnant, you don't have a data point, right? You have an absence of data, and then I'm just wildly
So
speculating, and I
my
don't
other,
like
my
to.
other question is then back towards your data points. How often did he sell that USD back to Bitstamp?
Not that often, no,
Yeah,
but
I
there
think
were
he's
times.
mostly accumulated.
So my perspective at the end of the day is, Taco Stand has liquidated his position. Well, I don't know what's happened with this
We
last
think
80 million. Um, we're still waiting to see if he's actually going to move that off the XRPL or not. But that's still sitting there, so it's still a question over the XRPL at the end of the day.
But it's just the IUU on the XRPL. It doesn't mean nothing.
No, it means $80 million sitting on Bitstamp.
Yeah, but as an
Does
IOU
it mean nothing?
represented on XRPL.
It's not quite 80
He,
million, but you know what the funny thing is if you look at the market cap, a USD Bitstamp, it's 79 million currently. So Jet is the majority of that. Almost all the IOUs are Jets, and
Well,
there's a
look at
little bit of
who's
liquidity in the rest
behind
of the
Bitstamp,
market.
right? Who's behind Bitstamp? There was a really interesting post. I should find it. And the funding of Bitstamp and who actually has lawsuits against Bitstamp. It is really kind of, it's a family kind of affair altogether, actually, from what I see.
and the other point that I will come back to, and I'll rein the conversation back there, is like, if you look at the history of Bitstamp IOU on the XRPL, the majority of the liquidity being going through there has been Turkestan, right?
That's
There's no
correct
arguing
by
about
like
that.
90%. 90%.
Yeah, that's exactly who has been providing that liquidity on that market. Whether that market stands today and carries on going forward is to be seen. No one knows. No one can tell you uh, like 100% that that's going to happen tomorrow, right? But whatever liquidity is being put through that liquidity channel has has expired and it's been provided. There's no ifs or buts. I mean, Jed has got his money from XRP back to USD via that. There's no ifs or buts.
But how long did it take is the point. I mean, like, right, like that
The
liquidation took a
how long it
very
took
long
has
time.
come down to the
There's a
legal agreement.
contractual obligation. I mean, he can't. He can only do it so. I mean, it was contractually scheduled.
That was in the
That's how
early
Exactly.
long.
days. That was in the early days, and he broke it. He was good to sell everything at this point.
No, no. If you actually look at what Jet has sold and what has been in the agreement, he's sold basically the liquidity on the market. There's no he broke it.
Yeah,
No,
but
he
the
broke it in the
5%
early
didn't
days and was
equal the
sued
monthly
for it.
escrow unlocks.
He was
So,
sued for breaking the original agreement, and they had to rehash the agreement. This was in what was this Digiritis? This was 2014, early
yeah, one
2015.
of his relatives, he gave one of his relatives the bunch and he sold
Was
it.
his auntie or something
But
like
we
that
know that
sold it.
relative had billions because he was using it as a loophole, and he didn't think it would get caught for it.
You can come back to every single loophole in the legal agreements up front, right? But at the end of the day, what he's being contractually obligated to sell and allowed to sell onto the market, he has done, and it's progressed in that fashion. It's been done by an automated bot or whatever you want to call it, automated market maker or whatever it is, and that's the way it's happened. And we can prove that because at the end of the day, when it came to the end of his sales, there was problems with his bot
The errors,
doing
yeah,
that.
it kept going, and there was errors in the transactions.
But I mean, how do you argue that that was the liquidity provider? Maybe unless it's in the closed garden of KYC OFAC regulated gateway of Bitstamp versus the monthly escrow unlocks in the past have not been depleted, right? The billion there was part every month is going back into escrow because nobody actually needs all that XRP
You can
apparently.
actually, if you look at the liquidity that's gone through Bitstamp and you look at Taco Stand and the
Yeah,
liquidity he's
outside of
provided
Bitstamp,
to,
like just in context of the monthly escrow unlock that sold OTC, that is apparently not galloped up by all these XRP hungry whales or exchanges that can put in OTC orders. Then how do you say that? Like, yeah, he provided that on this little network, but that's all, right? I mean, there's still like lots of XRP out there. That's what I'm saying.
I look at the end of the day, you're going to have to trust someone to come up with your numbers for whatever the liquidity is on the network. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. If the legal agreement is you have to provide 10%, that calculation to come to 10% of the network's liquidity has
No,
to come from
his
somewhere.
agreement was not more than 5 of the float.
Or whatever. I don't know exactly what the number is, but my point is that you have to come to an agreement that this is the legal binding entity or whatever that's providing you that number of 10% or 5% or whatever he's allowed to sell onto the network, and that's what has to be agreed going forward, right? I mean, it's obvious. You can't say, okay, today I take my numbers from Coinbase, and tomorrow I take my numbers from Bitstamp, and tomorrow I take my numbers from Independent Reserve. It doesn't work that way. You have to come to some or other consensus from your legal agreement that this is the way he's allowed to sell, and this is where you get your numbers from, and okay, that's the numbers at the end of the day going forward. I mean, it's exactly what has transpired on the network, and it's I think it's a beautiful data point for the XRPL going forward. That's my view on it.
Let's try to get Nick in here. I've been talking to Nick all night on Twitter while we're talking. Should get him in here.
Now, FOMO, regarding circulating supply, let's say Chris Larsen like locked up his 10 billion XRP in escrow for 20 years. Do you think that would like mathematically change the circulating supply equation?
No, we know what the circulating supply of XRP is. So whenever Chris Larsen gets his turn to sell onto the network, it's going to be this whole same fiasco again, and everyone's going to have their say in it, and everyone's going to have their 2 cents. But I think there will be some other agreement that will be prefacing the whole sale of whatever that Chris Larsen sale is. And this is exactly what I'm pointing out to at the moment with Tucker Stand is we've got all these data points. I think it provides a lot of insight into whatever that pre-sale or sale might be down the line, and take it, use it, understand it, learn from it.
Would you agree with like Jesse from Kraken that the two founders should return their billion-dollar holdings back to the company?
I don't think anyone that has brought this technology forward should return anything anywhere that is theirs. They've brought this forward. I mean,
In a company, so they're also kind of already good, kind of like David Schwartz, who kind of regrets it, but is also like a well-off person just in the stock options that he has in the companies and subsidiaries and things like custody providing, him basically being on the board of Standard Custody. I mean, they don't really care about the token, right? So you could argue that the token might belong somewhere other than private entities, especially if they're in such
but
huge accumulation.
there's going to be a whole lot of litigation or whatever you call it at the end of the day of wherever they put those tokens. So if they give those tokens away to an NGO, everyone's going to point the finger at the NGO. If they give those tokens away to their children, they're going to point the fingers at the children, and so forth and so forth and so forth.
So why don't
They
they
give
lock it up or gift it back to Ripple?
And that's one of the dilemmas, though, of also picking a distribution method that relies 100% on a centralized entity. I mean, that's we're witnessing that now with what FOMO just said about the finger pointing at these entities they give it to, and that's one of the reasons why coming up with a programmatic mathematical way of distribution, kind of lets you back away and raise your hands and be like, all right. But in this case, Ripple's now stuck in this position because of the early decisions they made for the token distribution of the network.
I think you're right, and I think you're a little bit off at the end of the day where this technology can take the ecosystem, right? If the XRPL and quote unquote Ripple at the end of the day get this, we move this technology forward, and there are ODL channels at the end of the day and liquidity in the markets and so forth. There are other means for them to liquidate into the market without causing significant disruption to whatever's happening within the network. So we're still really early learning and understanding, and just to be putting your hands up and saying no, I give it all away, I think is wrong. So that at the end of the day, that's my point of view, and that's where I come from. And I think the founders of these kind of technologies should quote unquote escrow it and put it away and wait for the legal rhetoric to work itself out and figure their way forward from there. That's my point of view.
Right, but it is a bind that they're in because those early decisions. I mean, in their early documents did say that they were going to give away 85% of all the tokens, right? And they're still very far from that, and we're 10 years into this experiment, if you will. And things have changed in that perspective, and it may be because of, the environment has changed, right? And that's fair. You can change your mind sometimes, but it's not what the original, statements were of the distribution. And that's one of the things that happens when you have a centralized entity that can change their mind in charge of the distribution. And that's one of the things that make these markets and these projects a little bit more unpredictable versus a protocol that is set forth with the instructions of how the distribution will work. And there's no wavering from the way that protocol works because it's set in stone in the code, and you can't change it. And that's one of the differences between
I,
Bitcoin and the XRP, ledger.
I, there is a slight difference there, and the way that it is different is the XRPL. You can escrow your tokens, based on some other cryptographic message. You can actually retrieve those tokens depending on the way it was put into the escrow. Dependent on, I think, at the end of the day, some other legal. However, the XRPL progresses in the world today legally. At the end of the day, if whatever the US or whoever decides, however those tokens need to be distributed, it can be done that way. So it's not a cut and dry rule, but there are mechanisms in there to prevent big sales onto the market. There are mechanisms in there to protect the market at the end of the day. So the market is doing the correct thing, I think, at the end of the day, because the network has got those preventions in there. Whatever transpires will transpire. There's nothing you and me can stop that, right? And that's the correct thing at the end of the day. So I'm happy with that. That's perfect for me.
Yeah, I think where we differ on it is that you say these things are in place and you can do these things, but we still have a single entity that controls the majority of supply and is making the decisions behind how to move forward. Whether there's protections for them to dump on the market or not, they have the supply distributions up to them. And that I think caused some of the woes that we're currently seeing, right? The decentralized control of that. Now that in itself doesn't mean that it's bad or that the network's centralized or other factors that go into that, but it's definitely pervasive in what
Nothing about how much XRP Ripple owns changes how the software works. I mean, you should know that.
That's correct. I never said it did. That's an absolutely correct statement. But it changes the perception.
I think it's more the risk discussion that I kind of brought up, right? With Bitcoin, you got 100-year supply channel. You know what you put in, and hackers like Gamo, they got 7 billion of Bitcoin, right, worth. I mean, there are certain people that were early enough and exploited the system and worked it to where they got the incentive payout monetarily. That's literally what miners are doing. Those are stock, like listed on the stock exchange, companies that invested money to harvest a commodity, say so, that they can turn into real money or hold it or lend it out, right? They're already following something that we all dream on XRPL, and Flare is going to do it. No, this is like reality, right? There's a hype behind the name and the protocol that fulfills itself. Go ahead.
The reason you have all these public miners, right, that are mining Bitcoin and it's treated as a commodity is because it acts like a commodity. The code controls the distribution, and you and I and no one in the entire world has any say over it, right? And we know the exact schedule of how much is going to come with every block, when it's going to have, about the average time a block is going to come. And we know at any given point in time what the supply is going to be circulating on the entire network, because it's very predictable and it's in the code, right? So there's no centralized entity deciding.
100% agree, Scam.
I question the viability of why that's valuable. I know that's a big pitch, and I've heard the pitch 1,000 times. But why is that?
Argument for XRP, it doesn't need to have value for you as a participant if you just transact, if you use Bitcoin as money, if you don't hodl till the moon, if you use it as a payment, that problem has been solved in a basic sense to where it is so adoptable and trusted and exceeded by many protocols, but still the trailblazer that people know. My mom knows about it. My grandma, rest in heaven, she probably knew about it by now because it is something that is having a marketing value, just like Strike exploited on as a company by simply being the hype provider on the media for a wallet, right, on Lightning Network, which arguably is not as cool or fast or whatever or cheap. However, it has a service, it has PR exposure of a kid in the empty closet, and it works, right? Or works not. Like people got scammed, and there's the algo rails behind it. Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. What what is ignored sometimes, I think, is the simple attitude of being noble because no incentive is the best incentive supposedly, while there is a lot of people actually making a shit ton of money on this concept, even including in the XRP community.
That's
Uncensored,
right.
unregulated, and just called something different, and nobody cares that they're actually just copying something that they shit on every other day. Excuse you. And that to me
That's
is
true.
kind of the funny part. Being in this community and being a major XRP holder for me in my portfolio allocation is simply that certain things like everybody says, do your own research. But then how many hours have you clocked on xrpl.org to really understand what this freaking network has that some developers don't even understand? I don't have a fucking clue. But to be like trusting other people's opinions is really something else. And then promoting your own ideas and understanding and exchanging your ideas is the beauty of what we're dealing with on this very centralized platform.
That's
But
that's 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 100% right, Nideritis, and I think that people need to do that more, right? And people need to dig in more and do more research. We see a lot of people out here just spouting nonsense about all the money, right? That's like one of their favorite hashtags. And I really respect, FOMO's opinion on this about the liquidity being adequate because Taco Stand being able to cash out. But I even posted at the top of the room while we're talking a conversation I'm having with Nick, right? And we all just said Nick is Mr. XRPL, and he agrees with my assessment of the lack of liquidity being a fraction of what we really need it to be for the system to achieve what it can really achieve, right? So I think we have to like be honest with the shortcomings. We have this technology, and there's nothing wrong with the technology, but there's things that need to really come a long way in terms of advancement, liquidity being one of my biggest arguments, until we are able to achieve the level of success everybody out here is pretending is already here, is my point. And I think people need to be more based and grounded in where we are.
And they're absolutely, the depth of liquidity is going to increase. I mean,
Well,
it's
that's an
just,
assumption. That's an
but it
assumption.
can't.
That's an assumption.
Well, it's an assumption based on the fact that currently it's held back because there's no freaking laws. And I'm sorry, until there's freaking laws, you're not going to have liquidity.
There are laws. There are
it's
laws.
actually math. So may I
People just don't
interject you real
agree
quick?
with all the laws. There
Guys,
are laws, though.
what is laws? Code is law. And if I pay more
That's
in
right.
minting fee to an agent for an F asset that
No,
I
no,
suddenly
no.
can
No
transact on
institution.
L1, I won't do it. I won't have to. You need to be competitive and secure. And some people just default. What would you use something cheaper than XRP, like VeChain? Or oopsie, on Polygon you can transact for free? Like it's not always about
That's
the
right.
money, it's about a community behind it. And sometimes the money will follow other structures that you or some people in their own closed walled garden will never experience. And then they don't see it.
There's just no way you're going to have institutions putting their license on jeopardy to transact to save a few bucks. I mean, there's just no way. You're going to, I mean, there's just no way. You're going to put your entire license, you're going to go out of
transacting, they're buying a commodity to hodl on behalf of their shareholders that pay them a management fee.
No, I'm talking about using
never
the
institutions, right? Liquidity. Like, what do you mean? Like transactional volume? it's the same thing. This one interview, right? Nostro Vostro accounts and all that free money. What do these companies tell Ripple? Hey, we don't want to handle or own anything at any time. That's why the line of credit came out. Oh, you don't want to hold XRP? Here we go. We loan it to you for 4
Too
seconds.
much risk. That's right. It's too much
Yeah,
risk
you
in the
get it for 4
volatility.
seconds. You get it for 4 seconds. That's perfect. And then you wash your hands and the deal is done. And where did the liquidity come from? The line of credit, the centralized company operating the most brilliant way on an XRP ledger that they hold a lot of XRP on. Believe it or not. Like Chris Larsen, do you think Chris Larsen would not step in a case of liquidity crisis before any like person like me connecting my ledger to the XRPL toolkit, providing liquidity to the liquidity hub? That's not how it works. It is a company exploiting brilliantly the most beautifully written executions, code is law, that are at the time have been better than anything out there.
I think that was I shouldn't say that. I think I'm pretty sure I played a significant part in coming up with that. But that makes all the sense in the world. And I was just watching a Ripple person that was, on the like marketing side. So they were doing video stuff today. And they were talking about how the people, I mean, it was, as I'm listening to it, I'm going, he's just explaining exactly what I articulated. But, yeah, the whole thing is the company's not exposed to any of the risk for holding XRP. They only have it for the time period that they do the transaction, and that's just exactly basically what I wrote up.
Yeah, it's a 2% transaction fee for the risk assumption versus 5 or 15, right? And it still gets the job done, but it's not the ledger doing the job. It is KYC, AML, OFAC, American company compliant with every outlet out there in the rest of the world, apparently up to now, that makes a
They've
profit on
clearly,
facilitating that service, utilizing the ledger.
well, they've clearly done more legal work. I mean, I didn't do legal work. I was just trying to figure out how could you just like kind of mechanically make this happen in a way that would make sense. But they've clearly done more legal work. And so, yeah, all that stuff, like you just said, I'm sure they've accounted
Yeah,
for.
throw on ISO 2022, which Ripple, the company, is certified to handle as a messaging system, right?
Right. I just want to take a second again to thank Too Cold and Xrpl for hosting. Another good conversation. We kind of went from part one earlier to talking about UNLs and so forth on the network to now liquidity. This is definitely an exciting night, and I'm glad that everybody's having the chance to come and listen in. And I think this is what these spaces are all about, right? Just having these open conversations and talking. So thank you again, Too Cold and Xrpl for letting us have the stage and rock.
Yeah, and for sure, right? And this is for me. This is what it's all about too, right? Even though I'm hosting, right? As I keep saying, I'm learning every day too, right? So that's why I'm just quiet, listening. Yeah, same thing I would do in Karma's room, right? These are conversations you guys have in Karma's room. So I'm just same thing goes. And if anybody wants to join the conversation or ask questions, you're more than welcome to. Just hit the request button and we'll bring you on up. I see we got V up here. What's up?
Hello, guys, and thanks for accepting the request on having an opinion here as well about regulation and how and why, for example, XRP is not being, let's say, used as much at the moment on the liquidity corridors. Is also the fact that regulation is not in place. And I know some people have already mentioned this, but if you think about it, most of the money that moves around the world, it's around the US dollar. And the jurisdiction in the world that doesn't have that clear guideline, if you like, for this is the US. And once that regulation will be clear in the US, then you may see institutions potentially holding XRP or using XRP differently to what they use today. This is why the line of credit has been brought forward recently, because of that, fear of companies holding XRP even for 4 seconds. Probably it's risky for them, as discussed a bit earlier.
Yeah, V, great point. And real quick, I thought some other V might speak up that looked almost like you. I missed his voice, but good hearing from you too. But real quick, I think with Ripple and XRP, sometimes it's misunderstood that they fulfilling a banking mission, right? Banking money and crypto. Right now, the volume is on ETH and Bitcoin, believe it or not, by people that use crypto for crypto. And I think that's where sometimes, you know, absolutely, the banking system could be fully translated on a ledger that operates beautifully. However, if you want to buy a cool NFT and be a part of a community or stack sats, XRP is not the one for you. And maybe people need to determine what they really want from XRP. Like I look at my XRP, one XRP is good for 83,333 transactions at the current drops ratio. To me, that is really the value, right? And then maybe you want something totally different out of it. And there is going to be a crypto going to be able to fulfill that need for you, believe me or not. And I think
It fulfills my need by transferring value from one place to another very cheaply and not as costly as other networks. But that's
what
the
value?
reason why I
Bitcoin
used it too.
IOUs, Ethereum IOUs, what kind of value are you moving on XRP?
Well, I do it in a way that I don't have to wrap it. Yeah, so I would grab my Bitcoin, transfer it, put it into an XRP with a platform that has the XRP on it, and then I would be able to transfer that XRP with the value that came from my Bitcoin to a
What if
different
I told
wallet
you
or
to
other
go
way.
on the gateway? Go on the gateway. They're going to accept your Bitcoin as a trusted asset as an IOU, and you can transact in Bitcoin just using XRP as a transaction fee, as a gas money,
Oh
because that's
yes,
what
you
it's
can. You
designed to
can
do.
do that.
Yeah,
But
you
there's
can do that.
multiple ways where
That's
you
the
can
point.
use XRP to be a bridge currency already without even having to do what I just explained how to do it. Well, how you explained. But there's different routes
What
of going
would
about it.
where what isn't already on a deck somewhere? Like some terrorist organization that can't make a deal with Ripple to just have an issued asset. I mean, I get the whole bridge thing, but
You know
some
what's
of the
funny
bridge
about
isn't
that? That was
necessary.
the lawsuit with FinCEN and Ripple back in the days in 2015 about uh, a person receiving funds, but they didn't know their KYC information, and that person was tied to buying bombs and shit back then that time, which is pretty crazy. And that was in the FinCEN documents for the lawsuit around that time.
Honestly, I think the ledgers today and the institutions using the ledgers today are not back then. Um, a lot more of the controls that are there in the centralized exchanges that we know today, being Coinbase, so forth, are very different from then. And hopefully they do get better controls at the end of the day. I don't think that's something bad from the quote unquote Gary Gensler at the end of the day. I think that's a good thing. But as DeGirasis brings it back to, at the end of the day, the real value of the XRPL right now is exactly that, what he pointed out. I mean, you can do, what is it, 80,000 transactions or something for one XRP. That's exactly the value. There's nothing more, nothing less, right? I mean, I can send so many transactions for that XRP at the end of the day. What we all equated to at the end of the day is a different value, and maybe that's where the happy medium is between what the Duras has pointed out and what the market is. Maybe that's exactly where kind of quote unquote the market needs to start pricing things. But that's exactly what I pointed out in my other blog post, or not blog post, or thread the other day, is bringing it back to liquidity a little bit. Is we see from quote unquote the pushes that Ripple has done and what the community, the ODL product. I'll bring it back to that, right? The ODL product is providing into the market that as the price goes down, we are seeing the volumes of XRP used to service those corridors at the end of the day are growing, right? So as volume falls, we see the amount of XRP used to service these flows of ODL growing, and that means to send $10,000 from the United States to wherever, whether it be Europe, Australia, or wherever in the world, they need more and more XRP to facilitate the transaction, and we see that volume
But not if there's
growing.
a trading pair between the two currencies. Then you won't need
Yeah,
that.
but
Then you pay a gas fee.
no,
And if there's more demand for a pair, then there will be a pair because, like with the AMM, what's AMM? It's basically saying, oh, you got that currency. Why don't you put it down here as a single liquidity provider and actually make some yield? For other people apparently wanting that exchange pair, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. That is almost narrative destructing with XRP, right? And technically, you should give everyone here should have at least 13 XRP because you need 10 for a wallet, 2 for a trust line, and 1 for 83,000 transactions. And how much value are you going to move with these 83,000 transactions? Go get at it. If anyone needs 13 XRP or 14 or 15, send me a DM.
That's a good calculation.
I'll bring
At
it.
least it's not 200 XRP anymore.
I'll bring it back to my conversation that I was trying to bring up there with regards to the ODL, right? If you're trying to move value of I'm trying to move my salary from US dollars to Chilean peso. That's why I live in Chile, right? So I'm trying to bring US dollars to Chilean peso, and I get paid on a weekly basis. So I need to move that money on a weekly basis between US dollar and Chilean peso. That means I need to buy XRP or whatever token. I like the XRPL. That's where I am, right? So I buy XRP and I need to send it across the ledger and sell it here in the Chilean market to get
Yeah,
my
take
money.
4 seconds, just like the line of credit, and then you no longer need XRP.
No, because I can't buy line of credit from Ripple.
Well, you're
Yeah,
mentioning
that is kind of
ODL,
the
which
same
is a
principle.
private.
You're just using it, and then that XRP can be recycled. Nobody cares. Could have
No,
been
but
lent
that's
by
exactly
Ripple.
my point. Is ODL is not Ripple. ODL is
Yeah,
the
but you could
XRP in
use
the market.
XLM for the value transfer. Like Stellar is probably just as expensive. I mean, or not, because you're just buying the value and moving the value. It actually doesn't matter to the consumer. That's a weird thing with crypto.
Exactly.
It's the holder
That's
that
my
you're
point.
holding the stuff go up so you can buy more fiat.
No,
But to
I'm not
actually
holding anything.
solve the
No,
I'm buying
problem,
it and
it's
selling it.
just a
Digi,
transaction.
right? He's just using the liquidity on in the network. I mean, it's
Exactly.
just
I'm just using the facilities of the XRPL. I'm not holding it or whatever. I'm buying it and I'm selling it. What
Yeah,
have I
I agree 100%, my man. I'm not arguing at all. This is
I
exactly
mean
the point.
I I
You don't need
I
to
could
have
use
that XRP. Like countries don't need to have that XRP. Banks don't need to have that XRP. And per the line of credit, companies can now just simply apply for a line of credit with Ripple and never need to touch other than for that value transfer XRP.
But
But they,
somebody still needs to hold that XRP, and somebody also needs to hold the trusted assets
that's Ripple.
that are issued
well,
and be the
that's your
market maker,
market maker.
right? Because
That's your
if you wanna
market
be able
maker.
to, yes, you need
Liquidity
market
provider,
makers. That's
age,
exactly right.
blah
That's
blah blah.
exactly right. So somebody
All
needs to
those.
hold it, right? And we have that lack of liquidity today, as I pointed out earlier, for moving larger
Well,
amounts of
you
money.
have that lack of liquidity until you have freaking laws. Period. I mean, could just you know, until
But you
there's
can already
laws,
move millions of dollars
We
on
have laws
Bitcoin for
today. We have
$4.
laws though.
You guys haven't transacted on the OG's net chains apparently lately because shit is cheap. The transaction fees are
It's
nominal,
4 cents. It's four to
especially
10 cents to move
for
on the OG
properly
chains.
moving value. You don't care as a spread if it's $1 or a cent. It is just cheaper than probably the $10 to $100 that is right now.
well, yeah,
And that's
but
where again
no,
my
you're
point is that a lot of the stuff is already solved, and you can move that value on other chains via Flare or even XRP right now as an IUU. That's all you do. You issue an asset. It's not only
you're
XRP
not gonna
exists.
have you're not going to have billions and trillions of dollars of liquidity until there's laws. I mean, you're just not. Like
we do have
that's what
laws
this is
though.
going. I mean, that's where this is going.
That's exactly right, because the big picture here, and I get the point that you can do transactions as such, like you do on XRP Ledger, for example, with XRP today. Let's say on Ethereum, on Bitcoin, wherever. That's fine. You can do this. The problem is, you need a you need a network or a bridge that is accepted by the majority of the banking institutions today. I mean, whoever imagines that tomorrow, for example, everyone is just going to decide in the world that they will transact on Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other chain just out of the blue because they decided, okay, I've learned a bit about it. Let me just transact it today. That's not going to happen. So you're going to have this transition. You're going to have this period of time where when regulation is going to be in line everywhere else, and funny enough, it is quite done, let's say, in the rest of the world, but the US, then you're going to have this period of time where money will move potentially from the current way of how they move today, like Swift, etc., go to something like Xrp Ledger, for example. It could be something else. It could be
Maybe.
XLM. Yeah. But then you will start getting other chains, or you could start seeing even other, let's say, crypto assets like even Bitcoin, even Ethereum, or wherever, moving on the Xrp Ledger because you can do it there. Quick. And it's not just because you can do it technically, but you can also do it in a regulated way. And that's when the liquidity will come in. This is when all the big players will
Moving it
start
on
to
Bitcoin
chip
won't
in.
be non-regulated though. Moving it on the XRPL doesn't make it more regulated. Just to be clear, I mean, if you move it on Bitcoin, it's still in a regulated manner.
Yes, but I mean, how many people do you think are just going to jump on it today?
Well, I mean, today, Bitcoin. I mean, last year, Bitcoin moved more value than PayPal. I mean, so as a metric, that's a lot of people.
Sure, I get it, but then, how many players are really there? Because if you think of the value of Bitcoin today and what it was, let's say, 5 years ago, you could argue that you may have the same amount of people, yeah, that have accumulated more Bitcoin, but it's more value in on the actual network. But how many?
That's a hard argument given some of the metrics we have from the centralized exchanges and the amount of new address creation there is, and I think that's a hard argument that it's the same amount of users as 5 years ago.
I'm not saying it's the same. Obviously, there's a bit more, but really, in terms of adoption, yeah, how many people in the world really have adopted Bitcoin? Not many. If you look in the grand scheme of things, just look at how many people are using today. Let's say crypto. Let's not point to Bitcoin. How many people in the world?
Go down to the gas station and ask the first 100 people you see if they know what a key pair is. Are you going to get 0%?
Exactly.
Unless I'm at the gas station, I could be there.
I mean, and I'm in a kind of rather nice place. I mean, we're by the beach anyway, so dude, it's not like there's a bunch of stupid people around. Nobody understands any of this stuff, dude. They just don't. Nobody. The only reason anybody around here knows anything about this is because of me.
We just want to hold our telephones up, scan a code, and pay some money. That's all we want to do.
Yeah,
that's been my argument for a while. That's been my argument for a while. I constantly argue with people. Somebody in a space called me an idiot the other day because he said by 2025, not a single person would be using credit cards. Plastic on their phone, whatever it is. He said it would all be crypto, and I mean, it's just like I don't even know how to dispute that argument. It's not even close to reality. I mean,
You shouldn't just dispute it. You should just be like, yeah, okay, bye. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
it's hard to say anything back to it. I mean, I don't have any proof, but like, let's just use common sense. I mean, my wife today goes to Target and, like, likes to just pull out her red card and get 5% back, and she's in, she pays in 4 seconds and she's out of there. As a user, cryptocurrency doesn't add any additional value. There's nothing she's gaining as a consumer greater than what her Target card gives her. Matter of fact, her Target card gives her 5% back.
Yeah,
Until you provide value.
she's not the consumer. The consumer is the whole. The consumer is the banker. The consumer is the financial institutions. It's not the mom and pop. Oh, I bought a popsicle person.
Are you saying XRP is not for like normal people who just
yeah.
shop?
No. The efficiency gains are not for the efficiency gains are going to accrue to the banks and the financial institutions, the money service businesses, to some degree, the retail, the wholesale, retail, whatever you want to call them, the businesses, the individual, like your wife buying a popsicle, like no one really cares. It just poop done.
I care. I like her popsicle.
Yeah, and the short answer to that is, that in its current form, cryptocurrencies are not for the ordinary person. They're too complex, too complicated, and too clunky.
Yeah, it's not as easy to work with or understand if you don't take the time to learn about it. But I do believe it will get easier for those, as I have seen it gotten easier over the years, to interact with the blockchains. And it's still complicated, not as easy as for regular people to get into it. That's why when I share this, I always tell people to educate yourself so you can know how.
In my view, I think again, this is too soon to understand how this is going to work, because it's, if we were to make a comparison with, let's say, the old protocols of the internet, TCP/IP, SMTP, and everything else, we all use these protocols today. We just don't know it. It's basically in the background. The way I see crypto being used in the next 5 to 10 years, it's just going to be something, that's going to be used in the background. You're just going to have a different interface. You're not going to have to worry about, the long numbers of a wallet or something. It will probably be an application on your phone. It could be even a credit card, as just mentioned a bit earlier. You just don't have any idea that, all that transaction really happens at the background. And you just still use your plastic, for example, or you use an application that you tap in or tap out. And you don't have to worry about the rest of it. It's just, I think it's way too soon to understand how this is going to look in the next 5 years, because you could be tying to your email address, to your
the way I see it, and with respect, that is that, currently as a market, we in the cryptocurrency world are still dealing with the majority who use it for speculative purposes, without any interest in the utility that it may offer or deliver now or in the future. Whereas money per se is traded by a few, but the majority use it for its utility that it offers. And that's the vast difference. We're still in the speculative phase where everyone's just looking for opportunity to make money off the actual trading of it, and relying on others to build out to make that money. And we need to get over that cycle. We need to jump that hurdle.
Completely agree.
Say, push it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you're preaching to the choir.
The SEC agrees. I mean, that's their argument. But John Deaton says everyone bought it for utility.
No, yes. We just need to get on to like building stuff. All this like to the moon crap, it just is annoying as all get out. Just nonsense. I mean, use the damn tool. Sorry, use the tool. Use the network. Use the thing. Pick it up. Do something with it. Like, come on.
My point here, and I come from I'm a dev that's deep into the stuff, right? So I understand a lot of the inner workings of things, and if a lot more developers stop building things on the XRPL instead of offering your service at a token price, offer it at a USD price. That means that someone has to liquidate their position in whatever token they're holding and give you the US dollar or the euro or whatever is available on the network that you're building on, and boom, you're getting your services at the fee you want, and the token is irrelevant. A lot more people need to start doing that and owning that in the space.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, with Ledger Scale, obviously the balance sheet's going to be based in dollars, so you kind of got to have your liabilities and assets denominated in the same currency. Just sort of a proper way to manage things.
And
So,
and
yeah.
you know what? The XRPL supports that. If you need to liquidate into US dollars, use pathing, put the payment address there, let people liquidate into that. Boom, done.
Yeah, I mean, use it as the tool that it is. That's what it's for. I mean, that's
Exactly.
like the point. I mean, that's literally the point. Yeah, like, hello.
We still need liquidity providers to like step in and be market makers, right? To do this on a massive scale, though.
They're there.
They're there.
Yeah,
I've
but
My
the thing
never
is,
had a
my
problem.
the thing is,
my point
the only.
is,
Sorry,
go
go on,
for it.
Famo.
Yeah, my point is that they're there. Tucker standards prove that there are liquidity providers there. They've gone quiet now, right? There's no push in the market. There's no nothing. We're waiting for the market to move about and do its thing or whatever it is, and we'll see if they come active again or not, right? But Tucker Stand has been able to liquidate and go through his cycle, and we see where we go from here. What happens in the future is to be seen.
Well, I mean, geez Louise, didn't he get like $1 billion or some shit?
Right, but it was over a very long period of time, as I mentioned, and
Well, I don't care.
Pakistan.
You give me $1 billion over a long period of time, I'll be quite happy with you.
It's not really relevant to the point that, like, if you look now that he's done selling, the amount of trading volume on that same trading pair, which is USD, Bitstamp USD to be specific, because it's a little
I
different
think
depending on who the issuer is, it's $35,000 today. That's the
I,
entire liquidity of trades today.
I think it's a little bit different. It points to two things that are a lot of people don't understand within crypto markets, whether it be XLM or USD issued by someone else on some other cryptographic network. It means that as soon as you start pushing the bounds of liquidity, you will start finding market makers. So, in other words, when Tucker Stand was pushing the bounds of liquidity, people stepped in to make profit. That means that someone has made 0.1% on that trade, whether it be $1 million or $500,000 or $1,000 or whatever it was, right? It's irrelevant. But they made a profit on that trade to provide that liquidity to Tucker Stand, to let him get out of the market. Again, if someone steps in and tries to buy 1,000,000 XRP or 1,000,000,000 XRP, exactly the same thing is going to happen. Someone is going to step in and provide that liquidity for 5%, 2%, or whatever it is. It's irrelevant. The point of the fact is that we've got the data points on the network to say that someone has stepped in to let him exit, or someone has stepped in to provide the liquidity, right? To me, it's irrelevant.
I mean,
The point.
I can say I'm like a small fry right? You know, a couple hundred, maybe a couple grand at a time or something like that. I've never had a liquidity problem.
Oh, at that price, of course not. I mean, like that's
But
peanuts.
but that's my point. Is as soon as someone steps into the market to push the bounds of liquidity, is there's someone there within the network to provide that. If you're pushing 10%, there's going to be someone to provide you a 10% liquidity fee. I don't know how much liquidity they've got, but they'll be able to provide you with it, whether it be $1 million or $500,000 or whatever their bounds are, right? But there's someone there that has provided that liquidity. If you push it to maybe $1 billion, there's someone there within the network that is there to provide that liquidity. And it's been proved within the Xrpl that network provider is there. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they're doing exactly, but they're there, is the point.
Well,
Kind
we've
of
never seen someone do that to the point of $1 billion, right? Taco Stand did this structured over a long period of time, and there's a reason it was in 50,000
He
XRP
pushed
increments, right?
he pushed $500 million, if I'm not mistaken, in 1 month.
Yeah, there's stats there, and you can see that he's pushed the liquidity quite a few times actually in the last at least 3 years. Indeed. Great to talk to you guys. Great discussion. Sorry, I would have liked to be a bit more here, but yeah, hopefully I'll speak to you soon. And good to hear you, Scams, as well. I've been on a few spaces with you a couple of times now.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, nice talking to you, V. I'm glad we got that cleared up the other night that a
Oh
UNL
yeah,
is not a
of
server.
course. Yeah. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
All right,
Have a
you
good
too.
one.
Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Be safe.
Later.
Again, if
Ripple 10.
anybody, sorry, real quick. Again, if anybody wants to join this conversation, just hit the request button. We'll bring you up. You can, join the conversation, ask questions with these guys, right? I'm learning as they're speaking as well, right? A lot of this stuff is beyond my knowledge, right? So I'm just soaking it all in.
There's
Ripple 10,
something
you
I'm
get
just
some good
going to
logins?
bring up. I missed part of the conversation earlier on, but I did hear mention of Ripple's amount that they hold in escrow, and and the centralization of that because of that amount of money. The same argument could be applied in the reverse, and that their control of that money in escrow ensures that their available funds in XRP ensures that there is decentralization in it by them not releasing it. So there's a lot of arguments for and there's a lot of arguments against, but I think it's important to also understand that fundamentally they're making sure that the XRP market is decentralized by holding their money back or holding that XRP back and not using it and not releasing it.
And they proved it
How
by
does that
doing it
show
for a while.
that? Well, they didn't always have it in escrow, right? They decided in
No,
about 2015 due to market pushback to put it into escrow, right? They first had it out of escrow when
it
the
was right after
XRPL first came into existence.
the lawsuit went into
Yeah,
place from the FinCEN, the Bitstamp lawsuit. They decided to put it in escrow right after that. But since then,
Ripple.
they've been good caretakers of what they've been word on.
But I'm
The
just
escrow.
trying to understand how a centralized company making that decision to put it into an escrow that unlocks to themselves is proof of decentralization. I'm not following the thought pattern. I'm having trouble there.
That's not what makes the ledger decentralized. Come on.
No,
I'm just saying
so,
what Rippleton just made this comment. I'm just trying to understand.
No. So I made the comment that you could look at it conversely and the other way, and that by them not releasing that money and having it locked away or that XRP locked away, it ensures that what is in the market is decentralized, and it negates the argument that it is centralized because of what they have. There's a lot of talk about that. At the end of the day, ownership of something does not make the ledger centralized or decentralized. It is how the network functions that makes it decentralized or not, and whether or not and you talked about gatekeeping earlier on,
Yeah.
and I've disproved that theory of gatekeeping. because everybody has the option, just as you had the option of setting your validators UNL list. I have that choice, as does everyone else. So, it's been well proven that the XRP ledger is decentralized and it's outside of Ripple's control. It's outside of my control. It's outside of the next ledgers, next UNL operators, including yourself. It's out of your control. Collectively, as a group of validators, it's in our control, determined by the XRP ledger and the protocol for which it measures against the UNL that everyone sets. And and nobody controls the XRPL.
I don't know if you would. I'd say is disproven. I think XXX said earlier that I won the conversation. There are XXX.
XXX will pump you to the moon if he can get a bite.
That's fine.
He'll pump you straight to the moon.
Where is he? Is he there? Did he uncover his mic?
Looks
X.
uncovered.
No, he's out in the garden digging it up, trying to find utility for his coin.
Yeah, more than likely, right? Yeah, he's probably dealing with family stuff right now.
That's great though, but I encourage anybody in the audience, come up, ask any questions. I think it's been a great conversation tonight, so thank you everybody who's participated. This was fun.
Well, from a finance point of view, if you think about the escrow, they've got basically a 5-year bond with monthly coupon payments of $1 billion. Well, the older, the more future ones are not going to be $1 billion. Initially, they were all $1 billion monthly coupon payments. Like you can do business with that. And I don't think people quite appreciate the power that I think the big people like JP Morgan do. That's why they're not happy.
Well, I'd argue it's nothing like a bond, right? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't pay interest, right? In order to pay interest, it would mean that the XRP and the XRPL is inflationary, right? So it's not inflationary. So it's not paying interest like a bond is. And a bond has a counterparty, right? They're paying this to themselves. So there's no counterparty here.
You're missing my point. It's like a bond in the sense that, let's say you're Ripple, right? From your point of view as Ripple, you get X amount of XRP per month. Okay, that's kind of like receiving a coupon payment from a bond.
No, but that's interest. Coupons are interest. They're receiving their own principal back.
It's a cash flow. You get a cash flow, right? So boom, there's some cash. You can do something.
If my son puts money in a piggy bank and then takes it back out, that's not cash flow.
To him, it is. Yeah.
No, it's his own money. He put it in the piggy bank. Cash flow is like your assets are earning something. No. Cash flow is that your assets are earning something, and it's producing that cash flow through a return, right? So like
that they're earning something. Okay, and anyway,
cash flow is simply just money that is available to be used. It doesn't have to be used. It's just the availability of it to be used. And if it's stuck in a piggy bank, it's not able to be used. You take it out of the piggy bank, and it is.
Well, sure, but that's not a bond.
Oh, I got a comment right here in the text box. I love this text box thing, right? It's so fucking cool. Yeah, if you guys can't speak on the mic, hit the chat box right there, and I got it up on my computer. I'm able to see you guys write your questions or comments in there, and I'll get it on the mic for you, right? So this guy, Polished Observer, says, burn the escrow. If it's democratic, put it to vote. Would it pass? Then what?
Well, so my answer to that is, who's going to vote on it?
Well, hold on.
How's it going to be?
Well, let me finish the point that I was trying to make. There's a lot.
Oh, my bad, Karma.
No, well, I mean, I'm sorry. We can go right back to that question because that's the answer is yes. But the point I was trying to make is like from a financial engineer type of angle, the fact that you have this steady, predictable set of cash flows means I can start building services around this stuff around right, so like this allows you to this enables you to do things, and you can legitimately go to your customers and say, hey, look, I can promise you this, and I can promise you this because cryptographically, boom, look, I'm gonna have the money at the time when you might need it, right? If there's a chance I owe you money at that point in time, I'm gonna have it, and so we can do business, right? This is a highly valuable, I think, underappreciated aspect. It's from a strategic point of view that Ripple's done, but yeah.
There exactly we get a lot of the friction from the XRPL. It's just exactly that point.
Well, and at the same time, they can say, oh, we're not going to crash the market because, I mean, I don't know why they would. That would be ridiculous. But, and even if some deranged mind, that would make sense. That's never made sense to me. But, I mean, they can't just like sell off all kinds of nonsense. It just, but they still have some monthly liquidity and they can manage that. And I mean, I would imagine they're going to make money on that liquidity. I would be firing the CEO if they weren't making money on that liquidity. Like, yeah.
Can I put in like a counter argument to like a lot of the the Ripple liquidity that's kind of provided in the markets and what they kind of provide at the end of the day to the market itself, enticing participants to the network. So my point is, if you're doing a transaction on the XRPL from one participant to another, there's no one who can get in between you and participant B, right? If you're gonna provide that liquidity to them and sell it to them, there's no middleman that can stand in and kind of steal that liquidity, right? Whatever's on the network and available, you can use it and you can sell it, right? It's known up front. There's no middleman. So you can look at the order books of wherever you're gonna sell it, and you know how much you're basically gonna get. Maybe a couple of orders drop off or whatever, but you know, ballpark where you get what you'll be able to be provided with, right? And that can be calculated by a computer, even if you can't calculate it yourself fast enough. So that ballpark is there. It's fixed. A lot of people don't understand that whatever Ripple is providing into the network, yes, they're bringing liquidity, they're bringing customers onto the network and so forth, right? But unless everyone else starts building onto the network, it's only going to be a Ripple network. It's not going to be anyone else. So if you coming to the XRPL to build onto it and to do whatever you want to do, you need to bring your own customers and so forth, because you're not going to be stealing from Ripple. Their customers are set. They're going to be sending their liquidity to A and B. You're not going to be some middleman automatically because you're on the network. That perception is wrong, and a lot of people, I think, on a lot of these networks, not just Ripple, XRP, you you need to understand that whether you're on the Bitcoin network, whether you're on the Solana network, whether you're on who knows what, right? You're not going to be standing in the middle of any transaction. You need to be coming onto the network and bringing whatever you can provide to the network to get whatever you want out of it, whether it be 2 cents or what, $5 million, who knows, whatever you want to get out of it, right? But the point is, you're not going to be a middleman. You're going to come to the network, provide your services, and get out whatever you're owed. End of story. Doesn't matter if it's Bitcoin, Xrpl, whatever.
Yeah, simple. The people who talk most about it are the speculators, and they're only interested in the speculative value of XRP or any asset for that matter, and they don't give a damn about the utility that drives it or who drives that utility. But from a fundamental point of view of the network itself, it needs to have utility, to have purpose, and from there the value will come. That's why I say, we need to get rid of the speculative side of things and move it more to the side of the utility and building out and the people demanding it and buying into that.
The market.
Even worse than the speculators in XRP are the speculators in all these issued assets. So I really appreciate what you do, Rippleton, and chasing down people who just try to pump these pump and dump scams and these assets that are completely worthless and taking away from the utility of the XRPL.
Yeah, well, the thing is not, even those tokens that have issued that have some utility, they don't need to have tokens themselves. They could use XRP. And as I've said, many times, why would you issue a token that has zero liquidity and have to try and find the value and liquidity in there?
Well, we know
when
why
you've
they
got
do
a yeah, well, we do, but it's because they would have to buy the XRP, whereas they can capitalize their utility by virtue of selling their tokens at zero cost. But in the grand scheme of things, that's futile because they shoot themselves in the foot. Because once the initial surge is gone, they tank, and they don't have anything left because they airdrop 90% or 80 or 90% of their tokens to everybody, and that's their market. That's what they're meant to be selling for their utility.
This is a classic characteristic of a market, of like a new industry going through basically puberty. Like it's got to go through a maturing process. There's a bunch of BS around, right? I mean, I think everybody in this space would know that there's a bunch of garbage that is out there. Yeah, I mean, it's just the stage. I mean, this is going to take another several years, and then the industry will hit its feet as a mature adult, and then you're going to see some fireworks.
It's rooms like this that breeds ideas and people that build other stuff to help the network out. Like with Bitcoin, like the Bitcoin forum talk had people in there talking about different ways to help the Bitcoin network out with like staking and stuff for decentralizing the control of their mining pools and whatnot. And those forums then help conversate and breed ideas to help build certain things, which we seen later on like Purecoin and all these other blockchain technologies that came off of what was trying to be built for Bitcoin at that time. And what we're seeing right now is how like Carmen is seeing with the Xrp Ledger is going through a process of like growing up in a sense to make it easier. He's going through a lot of stuff. And I mean, there's a lot of scams even during those eras, even with Ethereum and the ERC20 boom and all those projects over there. There's a lot of things that it was going on with that. Well, that's how I see it at the moment, the XRPL. That like how what Carmen said, it's going to take time for
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
we're
we'll take.
so
to
we're
come
so
along.
we're so early, right? Like this is like, I mean, the ledger has been here for years. Yes, we know that, but it hasn't been utilized by regular retailers as it is now, right? And we're trying to prepare more retail, right, to get here, and the masses, right? So we're early, and had we came in with the masses, we wouldn't know none of this shit, none of the struggles or any of this shit that's going on behind it. We would just be here using it, right? As I've heard in plenty of rooms, right? Crypto's going to be to the point to where in a few years, when we do get to that point, the people who are not even interested in crypto are just going to be using the technology and not even know it, right? Because on the back end, it's going to just be doing what it needs to do. But I see we got our guy Hanson. Go ahead, my guy, jump in here.
Hey, thanks for that. I appreciate seeing everybody on here. So I initially raised my hand to ask this question regarding because we were talking about the not just liquidity available, but we kind of led into the escrow and that conversation. And now, kind of coming full circle, Too Cold, you mentioned how we hear we're early, right? We're also early, but to consider then the XRP ledger on its intended timetable, right? I mean, there's a lot of XRP locked in escrow potentially for a reason, right? That they may need it to last for some specific length of time. I'm curious if anyone can give me an insight into the, I guess, projected timeline of Ripple's business plan. Are they trying to be around for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years? Like,
I'm pretty sure they're trying to be around for at least a minimum of 100 years.
okay, so then that the amount of XRP that's currently in escrow should hopefully be able to last them and their customers, or provide that to them in the amount that they need.
I mean, you never know. 100 years is a long fucking time,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not. Nothing about any of their strategy has ever said short term, and by short term, I'd say 5 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Every strategic move they've made has been like impressively long term.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, no, from my point of view, with regard to Ripple, I don't think they've ever discussed timelines in that sense. What they have said is that they are developing with each step that they make. You know, they've had to change focus a couple of times because of certain circumstances that have evolved and new technology that's coming around them and beside them. And it's a forever changing environment, and they need to change with it, because if they don't change, then they're out. So I don't think they would have a set plan with regards to a timeline for release of that. I think it's probably just the fact that they don't need it in the market currently, and
Well, but
there's no need for it.
look at things like Interledger Protocol. Dude, that was such a baller strategic move. Like, that's such a long-term, like, at least from the way I look at it. Like,
Yeah, well, there's that, and then there's the new technologies that are coming onto the XRP Ledger, the new hooks. Hooks is going to be massive.
hooks at the AMM.
Yeah, hey,
AMM is what I'm excited for.
yeah. So you got hooks, you got AMM, you got XLS20. Even though
There's also
it's
that guy that Ripple hired that works with AI technology. I'm wondering what he's been up to. It's crazy to see what a lot of things been coming on. We had seen within this past few years a lot of scams coming out, but also a lot of people building on it and actually building a utility on the XRPL. So yeah, we're gonna see more of those builders come to this space, but also people who scam, because they don't have no boundaries. They will scam anywhere they can have opportunity.
Yeah, and I think the important thing about this is that what is happening now is we are doing the likes of these spaces and talking openly, and bringing it out into the open exactly how we need to develop as an industry, where a lot of this sort of stuff was kept behind closed doors and discussed internally between a small group. But now, when we get out and I've learned a shitload of stuff, and I'm sure everybody else has learned a lot. Not just about the Xrp Ledger, but other blockchains and how we can integrate and how we need to integrate and how we need to develop as a group and where we need to project ourselves. It's no point in speeding up the car driving if you're driving down the wrong road. You
I like
need
that
to
point
stop
that
and
you
do a
made.
U-turn.
That being able to speak about it, because before, like in the earlier days, there weren't a lot of places where regular people that were actually participating in the networks be able to speak with each other like this, like how we are doing now, how very open it is. Before, you had to been a part of a certain group or a certain forum or a certain platform where it had like-minded people. But as time passed, it got more vast and more people came into this space, which um, breeds a place where it needed to have like such a platform like this to have people to talk and be able. So this kind of impact we're having right now is going to explode, was what I believe, as more of this time goes on. I mean, look how when Two Code started up these spaces, there were not many people that come into these spaces using Twitter spaces to share knowledge or whatnot in talks. But eventually, people became more comfortable of actually sharing their thoughts and their experiences, especially like you guys, FOMO, Ripple, especially you too, Scams. I actually like how you share your thoughts, because you do point out a lot of things that not a lot of people don't point out. And we all disagree. We all disagree on a lot of stuff. We all don't come to agreement on a whole lot of things, but at the end of the day, we all share our thoughts and our experiences from where we come from and our point of view, which helps everybody in this space, grow and learn and kind of decide on what they want to do and what value they want to put into what they believe in their own way. Or somebody wants mushroom, chocolate mushrooms.
Yeah,
I
can I have
mean,
a chocolate mushroom too?
Yeah, I will say something towards this whole like stand up and talk kind of thing. Um, when the Bitcoin community had what was that platform that they had before? I can't, it was something about a talk or something like that.
was Bitcoin Talk .org.
Yeah, I was a little bit jealous of that. But at the end of the day, I'm really glad that it's being proliferated by via Twitter. Um, just for this kind of like community interaction and like talking about different pain points, or like we're all rah rah about something or other. It's really something. I
Well, it
will say
is,
that.
man. Like, cause the Bitcoin Forum Talk place has actually a lot of people with actually blockchain companies now. Like I was saying, Peercoin, the guy that created Market Cap before he sold it to what's his name, that CZ Binance guy. Before he sold it, he was a part of that forum, which is pretty crazy. Now we're in a open space like Twitter. Who knows? Someone in this space could probably be the next person that builds something amazing in the future, or is already building something that's amazing now that don't really pop up. Like you, Fomo, you built something pretty crazy, which I've been following you ever since you let anybody use it. You know what I mean? Like, that's awesome. I like being able to see that kind of data, because that's some data that not everybody shares and not easily readily available.
Yeah, Thelma, you are doing good work. Just in case nobody ever
Yeah,
else tells you.
yeah, he is. He's done a shitload of work in the background, and every day brings out something new.
And that whale thing
I
I was
think
talking about, FOMO, I remember that it looked like the world, but it was in a form of a whale. You remember
yeah,
what I'm talking about?
I've got
That's what
that
I was
hidden.
like.
I've got that hidden somewhere around. If you want it, just send me a DM. I'll send it send it your way.
I remember seeing it one time, and that was it. I was like, man, this thing has to stay here. Then he like took it off. I was like, oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are in the XRPL that I think it's still a little bit clicky, the XRPL, at the end of the day, from all our node validators and devs and so forth. And I think Scams is trying to point that out, and I commend him on his efforts to that. But at the end of the day, it's all about trust, and everyone has to trust each other. And at the moment, the world, I think, is in a bad place of trust. And if we can just little by little chip away at this whole problem of trust, I think we're all better, right? Whether XRPL succeeds in its mission or another network does, so be it. But that's that for me. That's the heart and soul of all of this, right? There's nothing more.
I couldn't agree more. I think these are all tools about building trust. I mean, the whole deal is like, I can still trust to do a transaction with you, but I don't have to trust that. I don't have to trust you, right? Because I can trust the cryptography. And so if the transaction goes through, I can trust the transaction's processed, right? And that doesn't mean that I trusted you. But we were still able to trust each other enough to complete a transaction.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and that comes back, I think, a little bit towards this whole argument, or not argument, but I think like confusion about the UNL and exactly how it fits into the whole XRPL and stuff. Is there are layers of trust, right? There are layers of trust within the XRPL, and we all need to understand them. We all need to get to consensus with them, and it takes time for everyone to understand everything that's there. It might not be perfect. Yes, we can fix a whole bunch of things that are wrong and so forth, but it takes people standing up exactly like Scams and saying, you know what, I don't really understand all of this, and XYZ doesn't make sense to me, and I don't trust it, and I don't like it, and these are my points. And that's perfect. That's exactly what we need. We need people like, we need everyone doing that and coming forward and saying, you know what, XYZ, it's wonderful. To me, this is like one of the best chats that I've been on for a long time, exactly because of Scams coming forward and saying, you know, this and this and this doesn't make sense to me, and these are my points. And that's wonderful. That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad we were able to have this chat tonight, guys. It was really awesome, and thanks again to Gold for hosting it. It's good to be open about these things and let the conversation flow and not boot people who have, you know, alternative views. So thanks again for letting the conversation rock.
Oh yeah, for sure. I got a question right here, or a comment question. It says, years of asking this and no expert has a valid reason, just guesswork. That in the end only shows this bias for Ripple. Why the escrow? Why half supply? Why can't we vote to burn?
I can speak to that. That would be really stupid in a nutshell. The reason why is because if you want to fuel a market of liquidity, right, then you're going to need some liquidity. So if you burn up all that escrow, which is like I was just saying a second ago, like it's basically kind of future scheduled liquidity. If you burn it, which is possible, I mean, Ripple can't stop the network from doing this. Literally, the network people could. I mean, Rippleton is a valid. I mean,
Nah, it's not as simple as that.
It is not as simple as that. Trust me.
No? Okay. Well, I trust you. So
No, nobody has got any control over anybody's wallet other than the owner of the wallet themselves. So we as a community could ask Ripple to do it. We could hold a vote to show it. So if Ripple were to do it or to consider burning, they could do it themselves without asking anybody, or they could go to the community and say, we're going to hold a vote. And if we get a certain percentage of votes, then we will burn it. They could do that. But no, not even us as validators. It's just it's just something you can't even consider. Because if I could do that to Ripple, I could do it to you as a validator.
yeah.
But
Well,
more
theoretically,
importantly, and this is
Well, but it would
theoretically,
have to be a
theoretically, you could.
the validators. It wouldn't be like just you.
no, it would have to be the XRP Ledger would have to have an amendment in order to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So you would have to formulate an amendment to forcibly remove somebody's value from their wallet, from their thing. And what's the point of having an XRP Ledger if you can do that? It's bad enough freezing somebody's trust line.
I thought it was stupid, and apparently, frankly,
It is. But at the end of the day, that amount of money, that value in escrow belongs to Ripple. It is nobody else's.
see, here's the thing.
Nobody's gonna vote.
Hang
Nobody's
on.
gonna vote to burn my bag.
All right.
I don't have 50%
No,
of the supply.
but
Nobody
one
would
of the
vote to burn my bag.
one of the most important things. But one of the most.
What's the use? What's
Why
the purpose
would
of it? Why? That's all I want to know.
Why would I? Yeah, that's what I'm about to say. I'm putting my finance hat on. Why would I give up a cash flow stream with which I can use to construct, I don't know how many different freaking financial services or credit offerings, line of credit? I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's fine. But as an investor, an XRP holder, why does that affect? That doesn't affect me. It actually hurts me.
No, the fundamental thing that everyone forgets is that when they bought XRP in the full knowledge that there were 100 billion in existence.
They bought it?
When people have bought their XRP, the ones who are demanding Ripple to burn theirs.
Okay, but I'm saying if we're going to run a decentralized democratic blockchain, why can't we as a community vote to burn that? Sure, we can vote to burn everyone's wallet if we want to.
You don't get a vote.
But who wants to burn my wallet? Nobody.
That's not a decentralized system.
Having 50%
to even consider
they can price manipulate for years with that much.
I just think it's a really stupid thing.
Yeah.
Why? Why? You can't just say, I think it is stupid. I want to know why.
I just explained
to provide liquidity. Wait. Hold on, guys.
Who
when everybody's talking over each other, we can't hear.
Can I put my hand up? My point is,
your reasons.
My point is, it'll be really stupid for one simple point of view. As soon as you burn anybody's wallet of any XRP, whether it be 1 XRP or 1 billion XRP, the trust that's involved in the network will be gone. If you burn any XRP from anyone within the network, everyone else will have zero trust within the network. Gone.
Juno did that. Juno did it with a consensus vote for a whale who was manipulating the market.
Well, that's a centralized market.
They're fine.
That was a centralized decision on their part to control that one person's wallet, which was a whale, and it was not a decentralized decision.
Would Ripple be considered a whale?
No.
That was an excellent point. That's beside the different point than my point was, but it's an excellent point because you got to realize that this is a point that Greenspan made in his book with regarding when the Soviet Union fell apart and like that whole economy was trying to recoup itself, and then the problem was they didn't have any laws, so it was like strongman rule, and so nobody could make any agreements. There was no trust because I couldn't sign like a contract with you and trust that this contract would be upheld. Like, what happens if you don't, hold up your end of the bargain? Well, if there's nothing I can do, then because there's no law or no court or what have you, then what happens is people end up not doing business together. And so then you don't have economic activity. And this is part of why Russia has stagnated for the last few decades. You can't lose that trust at all. I mean, I really truly believe that these tools are one of the things I liked about Xrp Ledger in the beginning was they call it trust lines. Like, it's all about building trust. The trustless thing pisses me off, actually. It just doesn't make any sense. It's about building trust.
Yeah, so from my point of view, with regard to the escrow amount, it belongs to Ripple. It doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to anybody else. It belongs to Ripple. If they were to be forced to burn their 55% of the total supply, then would you be happy to lose 55% of your total supply and have that burned at the same time? And the short answer to that would be no. And
if the community voted to burn mine, sure.
Yeah.
All I'm interested in is if the community as a whole, I'm talking, you could set up trust lines of every single wallet and do a vote and then see where it goes. And then if it passed, what would happen?
But everybody would lose. Everybody would.
Yeah.
XRP is not reliant on Ripple. We're not, as XRP holders, we should never be reliant on Ripple.
Yeah, a lot of people have spoken about this.
Can I just finish this bit?
Go ahead.
The other important aspect of it is that the 55 billion that's sitting in escrow, which isn't circulating, has no value. It has zero value. It was issued with zero value. It holds no value. Right?
That's
for
not
them
right.
To burn it.
No. From finance, you have future value, and you do things across time. Trust me, there's value there.
Yeah, there may be a perceived value, but currently it sits there. It has no value because it never had value to start with, right? It has a perceived value. If you burnt that, what would happen to the market? Absolutely nothing, because it is not in the market to be burned.
And we have this as a data point. Hang on. We have this as a data point at the moment, right? If you look at the XLM network, they burnt, was it 50% of their supply or whatever? And what happened to the price? Nothing. It's happened before. It can happen again.
I know.
So be it.
I thought that was hysterical. I'm not even kidding. I really actually cracked up laughing. I might even do it again. I thought that I was like, oh my goodness, what a mistake. What a mistake.
Okay. Why does everyone bring up the XLM burn? Let's compare it to any other cryptocurrency. If they burned half, what would happen?
Because XLM has been quoted as the most mirrored protocol.
I don't care.
Of
Well, I'm just saying, use any other cryptocurrency then and burn
I'll
half the supply. What would happen?
I'll give you a whole stack. Look at all the tokens that Reaper burns. Look at within our own XRP old network.
Burn is another.
All these tokens that burn, nothing happens because if they hold no value, how can they lose value?
Then let's burn it. Let's burn half. What's the big deal?
What will happen?
You wanted to know what would happen.
Why fight for it? You have no idea what it's for.
Yeah, but listen,
Why can't
if you asked a question, why shouldn't we? And why is it stupid?
to get a
Well, the
good
short
answer?
answer is, yeah.
Let
So the
me
short
let me
answer,
hang on. Give me a second. Let me try and answer the question because it's about building a market. Okay, so you got the chicken and egg problem. So you got to be able to provide the liquidity, meaning you have some inventory of the one thingamajigger, and then you gotta have a market for.
Broken down into drops. You can take half of it, and it's still tons of liquidity.
But we keep focusing on price, right? You guys keep bringing up like price and kind of trying to compare it to XLM. The thing we're talking about here is utility, right? And one of the things that a lot of big companies say and CEOs say is they don't want to run infrastructure on the XRPL because of the large amount of XRP that Ripple holds. And regardless of, you know, whether people agree with that or not, it's their statements. And we know that we want more market participants and we need more nodes, specifically full history nodes on the network for it to function. We've had issues with that in the past. And if these companies don't feel comfortable, so burning the supply that Ripple has may not affect the price, but it will affect the overall health of the market and get these people who don't want to be in it to participate because they won't have these feelings anymore.
You're not going to see any of those problems resolved until there's regulatory clarity. Period. It's just not.
I'll put it another way, and it's probably something I might take a bit of hate on, but so be it. If you burn anything that's in the XRP supply, without them wanting to burn it, you're probably half or quarter the price of XRP, whatever that price is. Who cares what it is, right? Depending on how much you've burnt. So if you've burnt something unwillingly from Ripple, at the end of the day, you'll probably decrease the price because you've removed whatever they had from the available units, right?
That goes against
Unwillingly.
all like basic tokenomics.
But coming back to the whole thing, right, is if you're willingly burning units onto the market and the whole market is agreeing, you're doing nothing to the market because the whole market is agreed. But if you're burning units from someone that is not willing to burn their supply, it's something totally different. So if I had to go to Ripple NT and burn half his tokens today, will you be happy with that?
Give me 2 seconds real quick before you answer. Mr. No, go ahead, hit the request button again. I had to remove somebody so I can make room on the stage for you. I seen you. It just took me a second to get to the button. So go ahead, hit the request button again. I'll bring you up to join the conversation.
Yeah. So my point is, when you're removing units from someone on the network that is unwilling to relinquish their units, it's something very different to the whole network agreeing and saying, yeah, let's have a burn party and burn units, right? It means nothing.
Yeah, FOMO was in the middle of talking now. Can you hear him? He was you just stepped all over him.
Okay, so I just want to comment on what Scam said about other projects like not joining into the space because what Ripple holds. So the most that Ripple can basically hurt and basically dump on the market, basically what released on the escrow, right? So if escrow release 1 billion tokens and Ripple decides to, I don't know, dump those tokens at once, basically crashing XRP, then there could be an amendment that says, okay, we don't like what Ripple is doing, and we can decide regarding what Ripple just did that we burn the rest of the escrow. So Ripple can't sell all of their escrow tokens at once. So even if they sell one release, then the market can adjust to remove the rest.
So the fact that they can do that should be a concern, where the community should be able to vote whether they like that or not. That's all I'm
No,
saying.
because
I tell you what, as a validator, I would not be voting for anybody to strip anybody's value out of their wallet, no matter
Well,
who they were.
it's not really.
Because
It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea all the way around. I don't know. Stellar screwed up. I don't know why they did that. They screwed up. It's a really bad idea.
Why?
I mean,
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not sorry.
It gives you the ability to provide liquidity or to subsidize liquidity in the market, which can make you more competitive so you can beat the competition.
Yeah, I agree. What I try to say is that even if Ripple does that, and I'm just talking about the concern about people concerning about Ripple dumping all of their escrow on the market. So even if Ripple would have done that, and I'm not saying that they will, there are still stuff that the network can do to prevent it from happening again.
People are so stupid. No. People are so short-sighted. It's the dumbest possible thing Ripple could do would be to dump their inventory on the market. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous.
It's called a rug pull and running with the money. Be fine.
Yeah,
that would be a rug pull. The smart thing to do is to actually build a real market that's going to be sustainable in the long term, and then you're going to be a liquidity provider in this market, and now you've got a real world business that's going to last for decades. Okay, now you just created a lot of value versus some douchebag that did a rug pull.
Well, they
Yeah,
have.
I'm not saying I don't agree, but I agree with what you said. But what I'm saying is, on the comments Cam said about people are afraid that Ripple holds 50% of the supply, that's not true, because Ripple currently monthly holds 2.5% of the supply. So even if Ripple goes bad, and I'm not saying that it will, but if Ripple goes bad and basically dumps whatever they can dump, then the market can adjust. But until then, Ripple doesn't hold 50% of the supply. It's not a liquid in Ripple's hand.
Yeah, you're dead right. And that's the thing. That's what people forget. The only ability they have to dump is what is actually released from escrow at that particular point in time.
They have
that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Liquid right now. They have 5.6 billion liquid, just to be clear, and a billion unlocks in beginning of the month. We just had it, and I posted up top like the CEO of BitGo, who made a comment about not wanting to participate in running more infrastructure for the network until Ripple burns it. So that's kind of one example of people not wanting to participate in a network, due to their large holdings, and agreed they can't dump it all on the market. They can only dump 5.6 billion, which is over 5% of the supply that they have liquid, and then what unlocks. But the fact is it unlocks to their wallet. And people still understand that's a form of control.
Yeah, and the other thing is, that with that escrow that's released, and whilst they release, I think it's 2.5% from memory, but they have an amount available to them every month. But I think it's both neither distributed nor escrowed, and I think it is earmarked for something, or some other thing that obviously they've got planned for it. But going back to the person who originally asked the question about why not and should we do it, and give me a reason why we shouldn't. My question is, give me a reason why they should. You give me one valid reason other than for a speculative value. You give me one reason why they should.
Okay, I will right now. ODL by Ripple is being done privately. They're pre-funding, and they're using XRP, and XRP holders are not benefiting from it.
Why does the XRP holder have to benefit from anything
Is
that Ripple
that
has done or the
your?
network has done?
So that's it.
Are they
Speculate
not
the
Because
though?
you're
value.
Are
not
they not?
you're not
So we're
getting.
so Ripple has 50%. And they're using XRP, and XRP holders can't benefit from any of it. How does
Why
that
do you
help
have to
us?
benefit? What is your stake
I'm
that
an
you have to
investor.
benefit?
I'm an investor. I'm in it to make money. As about 90%
And
Then you
there,
should
But
therein
know.
lies,
are.
but
therein
wait,
lies your
You're
answer.
wrong, bro.
but wait, isn't it true that Ripple said that XRP was not meant for retail though? Right? But we brought our ass here anyways, right?
Well,
Yeah,
that's
so we
irrelevant,
get
you
in
know, in the
play.
grand scheme of things.
If you're not
So,
able to
so
make
I
money
asked a
yourself
specific
in the
question.
market, then you already need to learn more. You know, you still can make
Yeah,
money on the market,
you
but
know,
just not on the efforts of Ripple. If you don't know
yeah,
how to trade
I
in the
asked you
market,
one
then
specific
prepare
question
the market.
So then as an XRP holder, why can't I vote to burn their holdings?
because it's not
I,
yours
I,
to vote
I could
from.
answer the question, Rippleton. I could answer the question, Rippleton. I mean, again, the post above was originally the CEO of BitCo, who was talking about the upgrades that his team, and BitCo, for those who don't know, is like one of the biggest custodial providers in the space for many cryptocurrencies. And they upgraded some of their Bitcoin technologies on the network when Taproot went live last year. And somebody responded, saying, "Would you consider running a validator? That would be amazing." And he said, if Ripple burns the rest of the XRP escrow, we would consider it. He tagged Brad Garlinghouse in it. So you have a major company here that's one of the biggest players in this space, very important company, who's
That's,
not willing to run this hardware that they are on an open, fair
this
network
point,
like Bitcoin. What?
never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. But that makes makes so much nonsense. It's never like
How?
that's.
How? It's the
Hang on,
comments of the CEO. I posted it
hang on,
above.
hang on, hang on,
Oh
hang on.
man.
I've got a big point here, right? And my point is, BitGo has come on to the XRPL. How many people in this discussion understand how many wallets BitGo has spawned on the XRPL? Can you tell
You
me
have a
that, Scams?
shit ton.
They're a very
Why?
large custodian, so I know it's quite a bit, but no, I don't have an exact
How
statistic.
many active wallets out of those wallets that they've actually spawned on the XRPL are active? Like 0.000% of any other wallets. So the comments from this CEO are invalid because they've come here to squat and they've got
No,
called out for it.
but
So, you know,
just
once
from
again,
a sheer business point of view, you would never. This is just a ridiculous argument. I mean, the whole thing is just nonsense. It's like, how could you possibly justify? Like, how could you go to your board? Right? Okay, let's pretend you're CEO, right? And you go to your board and you say, well, I supported burning a whole lot of value. And your board's going to say, well, why'd you do that? And you're going to say, well, I don't know, peer pressure?
Future
Like,
value. Future value. That's all it's come down to is they've squatted on the XRPL to say, look, we're going to provide custodial value to all these people these companies that are going to come onto the XRPL, and we guarantee it's going to be there. There's none of that, and that they've been called out for it. And at the end of the day, who are the ones left pointing the finger? Oh, it's Ripple.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
Ripple. Ripple did
At the end
wrong.
of the day, they
Wrong.
yeah. That was just a parody statement from them to say, you know, you burn your escrow and we'll run a validator. It's another way of going to get stuff. You know, you run the XRPL and do what you do, and we'll just run our business. But don't expect us to come and run infrastructure to support it. You know, and it comes back to the same question I asked before of the original proposer of the question. Why give me one reason outside of speculation why they should, and you fail to do that. All you says is because of the speculative value that you're interested in, because you're invested in XRP. Well, the problem is We bought XRP. You bought it in full knowledge that there were 100 billion. And if you don't like that, then sell out of it. It's as simple as that, because it ain't changing. And I, as a validator,
And
certainly would never.
all I'm saying is, why can't the community vote to burn it? If Ripple
Because
itself
it's not.
You don't
isn't
get
doing
a
It's
vote.
not
anything to benefit the
because
XRP holder, they're benefiting
because I tell you,
themselves, but we're left holding the bag. Why can't
I
we
tell you
vote to
what,
burn it then?
because it's the XRPL that is run by the community, not the value of the assets on it or the assets that are in it. The
Okay, so why can't the community
XRP. Now hang on
have
a
a
minute.
vote to burn?
No, because it's not our. It's not ours to vote on. It's just like I
You just
can't. I
said it
can't
was.
initiate. No, I can't initiate a vote to exclude
I
you.
think
If to do
there's
that,
a good.
we would have to.
Sure, you
We would
can.
have
If
to
the
write
community
code.
votes for it, I don't. Whatever.
That's just bollocks. If you think that's an option, then you're in the wrong game. I tell you what, as a validator, as a validator with super majority, I can tell you now that none of those who vote super majority would ever vote for that.
Never.
So
And my other
never, never.
my
I
other
can tell
point
you
is
that
why.
100%.
I
Yeah.
know that. I already know that. I'm just asking,
My
as a
my other
community,
point is,
though, as
hang
holders
on,
who've been
hang on,
holding
hang on, hang
XRP
on, hang
for
on.
8 years, and seeing Ripple make all these moves and make billions of dollars while we're stuck holding the bag.
So
Go
you
You know
know
what I'm
what you
saying?
just said?
go and listen
You're
to
saying
the
exactly the same as what
go and
Sex
listen to
says.
the
You're
marketplace call.
relying. Yeah,
I
you're
don't care
relying on
about
the.
Ripple.
You do, because you want them to build out to make you money. That's exactly what you're wanting.
No,
It's
I'm not.
exactly what the
No,
SEC
like
said.
that's the thing is, I don't want to
Well, I tell you
rely on them
what.
to make the
I
money
tell you what. If
because they're the
I can
ones
tell you,
making money and we're not.
I'll tell you what you want to do. If you want value in your XRP, rather than concerning yourself with burning somebody's XRP that belongs to them, go and build a product and go and build some utility, and then bring value to your XRP that you hold.
I agree. That's the problem with the XRPL
Well, go
in
do it.
general.
Don't moan about it. Don't worry about other people's XRP. Worry about your own. Go and build some utility and bring value.
They
Because
shouldn't have 50%.
that
They shouldn't have over 50%.
doesn't matter how much
Um,
you own.
from
They
my
can
point of view,
manipulate the entire
I would
market.
be really disgusted, and I would leave the network the moment that anyone sold 50% of my value that I'm building any value onto the XRPL. So, my point stands. If someone takes away half my value on the network, I'm gone.
FOMO, I have a
No
question.
one's going to vote to take away your value, though.
FOMO, you had mentioned earlier about BitGo that they're basically being a squatter, because of they're using the network to run their business, but they're not running infrastructure. What, in your opinion, if you look at that post and you scroll up, the original post was about BitGo and the infrastructure that they upgraded on the Bitcoin network. Why do you think that they're running infrastructure on the Bitcoin network, but they're not running it on the XRPL? Like, why would one they'd be a squatter on? And I think Rippleton also commented that Mike's comment was kind of being cheeky. But I mean, at the end of the day, they are proving that on some networks they are running hardware. They're not being a squatter. But why are they being a squatter on the XRPL? What's the difference?
From
I don't know that. Yeah, go for it.
yeah, well, it could be purely because of the sex situation. It could be entirely purely because of that.
My other point is, like, we've only got the data points that are available to us as a community on the network. We've seen that they've built out a whole bunch of wallets, and there's no use for them. And our question back to them is like, why? So we don't know the full picture of all of that, and we can only be people like asking the questions. So we have to wait for those answers to come out.
Yeah, and I just think it's time people started reverting away from the speculative side of things and started building out. If they want value in their XRP, Stop relying on others to give it to them, because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing. And people need to start building out and building utility, because that's what's going to drive the value of your XRP. Sitting back and waiting for others to do it isn't going to do anything.
Especially not Ripple.
Well, one sits back and waits for the line on Ripple. They turn around and abuse the shit out of the SEC, but then you get people sitting in here saying exactly the same as what the SEC have said. That they're all sitting back waiting for Ripple to do the work to build money into their investment. It's just a classic. Speculative value is not utility. And if you want value in your XRP long term, build utility. Don't expect speculation to do it, because it won't do it.
Again, like take Xrpl as something that everyone can use. So currently, Ripple is the biggest company using Xrp right now. Okay, so you saying that, like, let's strip Ripple from Xrp. That's basically saying to Ripple, okay, Ripple, you can go ahead and create your own token and make your project elsewhere. So
well, they did create their own token.
What?
They did create their own token.
No. I mean create a new one. Okay, create a new one. Fork Xrpl. Call it whatever you want. Take it to a private ledger. Take it on internal booking. Don't let us participate in this network. You can do whatever you want, because they can do that free. Okay, they don't need money to do that. They can do it freely. To do the same as you have with the Xrp Ledger. Okay?
That's pretty much how it is right now. So why can't we just let's do it?
What do you mean? Say one Ripple out?
I mean, they're not benefiting us, any XRP holder.
Yeah, but what would you think will happen when Ripple will leave Xrpl?
Nothing, right? Nothing.
No. Let's assume that
let's just assume we could level the playing field for everyone, and then instead of them having 50% and having the power,
but like Rippleton said, like Rippleton said, you need people to build on, right? So, how many are building right now on Xrpl? Like building stuff that are in the same level that Ripple does.
I'm just trying to understand this argument. Are you saying that the success of the network is based off of Ripple?
That's what they're saying.
No. I'm saying that his expectation that when Ripple burns their supply is that Ripple will remain in the network and ODL will live on the circulating supply, thus increasing XRP's price and his value. Okay, so this is what he's trying to stipulate, that what will happen when we will burn Ripple's escrow. He's not stipulating that when we burn Ripple escrow, Ripple won't go away. It will remain on the Xrpl, but now ODL needs to basically live on the circulating supply. So that won't happen, right? Because if you burn Ripple's supply, Ripple won't remain on the network, so you won't benefit from it.
Everyone else who wants to utilize the network's utility has to buy coins. Why can't ODL continue to survive off the circulating supply?
It can, but will Ripple do it? Will Ripple just say, okay, our partners having real time getting liquidity at a decent price, so now they need to pay for 2 billion XRP, they need to pay, I don't know, $10 billion. And that's not acceptable for them to start the liquidity. So we are offering them the liquidity, maybe free, maybe at a discount, maybe at a more convenient way of getting the liquidity so they can basically transact. And now you're saying, no, you're not getting that liquidity. You need to buy it from the circulating supply, from holders, okay, from retail holders. Then there's no use case for a software company, regardless of blockchain, to do that. Okay.
Well, they have been buying off the secondary market for the past few years.
Again, I'm not saying Ripple isn't changing the supply from the circulating supply. What I'm saying is Ripple doesn't need to operate with the current XRP. Ripple can do the same with the fork of XRP, okay? Because Ripple's, like you said, the Ripple's business running from their escrow right now, which is not sold to retail investors, it's sold to private investors, doesn't need to reside with current XRPL. They can do the same with a fork of XRP and basically continue their efforts in building their remittance
Technically,
software
they don't
company.
even need to use ODL. They can just use what they got right now, without even having their partners run on ODL.
Can
I
I
didn't
point out?
understand.
Can I point out something that I've started to notice within my data at the end of the day? I monitor the flows between the different exchanges, right, within the XRPL. I don't sit and look at all the other networks at the end of the day, but every now and then I jump on some of the others and just like have a squiz. Is kind of what I do. So I've started to notice that some of the flows of XRP from some of the exchanges do not just hit the fiat rails. At the end of the day, they don't all land into the US dollar or wherever they're going to, or on whatever exchange. Some of that liquidity does bounce about within whatever other tokens are offered within that exchange, whether it be Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever it is, right? Some of that liquidity does react within the other tokens. So the whole point about ODL is it's on-demand liquidity. Whether XRP is there or not, Ripple will still do their business. If the XRPL goes away, I think Ripple will still exist and they will still do their business, whether it be on Bitcoin, Ethereum, or some other network at the end of the day, right? And I'm starting to see some of that data come through on some of the stuff that I am looking at. So this whole point about Ripple and owning the XRP, to me, it's not the whole thing. I mean, the point of the matter is moving liquidity from one country to another country. If that's the only end game in this whole situation, it's irrelevant whether it's XRP, Bitcoin, Ethereum, or whatever. The only reason XRP has been picked is because it's fast. It's 3 seconds, 4 seconds, or whatever it is, right? It's a couple of seconds to move that liquidity across. They don't like XLM because they got some problems over there. They don't like that coin or whatever. But they've built their own solution and they like that solution because they understand it. They've integrated it into a bunch of things, and you know what? They put their heart and soul into their product. If they don't want to use it at the end of the day, and some regulator comes around and says, you know what, you've been a naughty boy, and that's not the right thing to use. You need to use something else that's not underneath your control. You know what's going to happen? They're going to move and go to another coin, and so be it. The point of the whole thing is that it's about moving currency from one side of the world to the other side of the world. Whether it's XRP, whether it's Bitcoin, who gives a goddamn F, whatever coin it is. But the point of the matter about the XRP.
Oh, you're a naughty boy. You said the F word.
Yeah. we got to like take your brain away from the token. The problem is moving the liquidity around, and the company that's involved in trying to get that done at the moment is Ripple, and everyone's talking about it, and so be it, right? But
this is the Internet of Value.
Moving the value.
Internet of Value. So you've got to network all of these liquidity pools because there's going to be many, many, many liquidity pools. Some private.
But like what FOMO is saying, they don't need to use ODL to be here. They will just use whatever Ripple has built.
But that's exactly what ODL is.
Yeah,
ODL
is the use of XRP.
is any token. ODL is not the XRPL. ODL is on-demand liquidity. That means buying a token and selling a token. It means nothing more. Whatever you put your mind to ODL, it's not whatever you put your mind to it. It's just buying and selling. That's all it is about. And Ripple, unfortunately or fortunately, holds a whole bunch of XRP, right? They can provide this whole kind of, what is it, nostro vostro, quote unquote, situation in this whole market, right? They can provide some of that liquidity around. If people don't like it and they hate Ripple at the end of the day, they're going to vote them out and they're going to be gone. And so be it. It's not going to change anything. The market is still going to be there. The need to move liquidity from one country to another country is still going to be there. Whether it's Ripple, whether it's Bitcoin, I really don't want to wait freaking, God knows, one day for my transaction to come through on the other side of the world. That's all I can say.
I think what people don't understand about ODL, I'm guessing, I'm talking about the people that are like reliant on Ripple's effort to increase XRP's price. So how I see ODL gaining spot price is not from its use, but more from the use of liquidity pools. So the more liquidity pools there are, more liquidity providers, then there are less XRPs circulating between us, basically, and between Ripple. So the more Ripple success in creating more liquidity pools and more liquidity providers that trying to serve a mean, okay, like they want to be able to swap between currencies, like FOMO said. So you remove supply from the
But you
network.
don't have what I'm trying to get at. You don't need to use ODL. They'll be using Ripple Net. ODL is the use of XRP for source the liquidity to
Again,
transfer as a bridge
RippleNet.
asset.
Yeah, but RippleNet doesn't solve the liquidity issue. Okay, you can use RippleNet is more like what Swift is.
This is why the AMM proposal is so significant.
Yeah, because when you run an AMM and you provide liquidity, okay, so basically what you gain as a liquidity provider, you can basically capitalize on arbitrages. Okay, so basically you can supply liquidity for a market, let's say USD to euro, whatever, but not that's not what Ripple is trying to solve. Like more like on the smaller currencies where you need liquidity pools. Then the providers can benefit from arbitrages. They can be very small, very minute, but if the market they serve like a large volume of transfer of value, they can benefit from the arbitrage. So they have benefits on providing liquidity. And when they provide liquidity, they provide it by taking XRP's supply and locking it up inside of their liquidity pool. So they can support the transition of the value from one currency or from one asset to another. So ODL, when David said it at first and everyone was like, yeah, we're going to be rich and stuff like that, is more of a liquidity sucker from the total supply than actually gaining spot price because someone is now just buying 1 million XRP from Binance and it pumps the price. Okay, it's more like someone is taking 1 billion XRP into liquidity pool and no one can touch it. It's in the liquidity pool and it's being used. It's like what locking XRPs in escrows. Okay, so you take the XRP, you lock it somewhere, and no one can transfer it. So there are less XRPs in hand, and that may cause the spot price to rise.
But that comes back to my other point of saying, like, these distributed systems are not about a middleman. If I'm going to move value from one side to the other side, it's between point A and point B. It's got nothing to do with anyone on the network or in between, because there's no one in between or on the network that's going to take my value away, other than the protocol itself having some or other vote that's going to affect the value that's on the network, right? Otherwise, it's going to be market buyers and sellers on either end that are going to affect the value. So if you're coming on and taking $1 billion value off the supply or whatever, to me it's irrelevant, because unless you're going to find a seller on the other side, you know,
Yeah,
You're
but
going to be
what I'm
holding
saying
it.
is, let's say they are big liquidity providers, okay, and Ripple did a great job by getting a lot of big liquidity providers, but now everyone can be a liquidity provider. Okay, I can start a small company, use XRP to create the liquidity, okay, and basically tap on to what everyone else is doing. I can get the XRP from the market, okay, because I can get it from Ripple. Probably Ripple is run out after 10, 15, 20 years. So Ripple can't supply any more tokens for me. So if I want to be a liquidity provider in this network, I need to buy this liquidity first. Okay, so you need to buy from somewhere. So if 70 billion is in liquidity already and you have 30 billion circulating, then I need to buy, I don't know, 1 million XRP to offer some liquidity. It doesn't have to be something big. I will need to buy from the market. Okay, and when I buy it from the market, I might do it slowly, but I will basically produce a buying pressure, and that will increase spot. Okay, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be the near future, whatever Ripple is doing right now, basically spreading XRP to build liquidity pools. I'm talking about on the end goal when ODL is really used and people use it as a solution for transfer of assets. Then if I'm a new guy in this space and I want to provide liquidity, I need to get it from somewhere.
My only point back to something like that is, if you're coming here to build onto the network and you're gonna be doing that, right? You're gonna build out a business. I would put it this, a kind of gut feel at the end of the day is, build your business and build into the DEX. Why? Because at the end of the day, all of these centralized exchanges are going to have their problems with regards to law X and law Y, and so be it. They're going to be open and they're going to be closed, and the governments are going to always have some or other problem with another country on another side of the world, and so be it. The exchange will go up and down and open and close, right? If you build into the DEX and build your company or whatever you're trying to provide into the DEX, it doesn't really matter, because you're building something that is always open, is always there. I know today that is not the case. Everybody builds into their solution into a centralized exchange. We can look at that same problem within Bitcoin. We can look at that same problem within Ethereum. We can look at that same problem within any network, right? Those problems still exist today. But us as custodians and builders within the network understand this problem, and we advocate that a lot of the people that come and build within our networks try their best at the end of the day to build within the DEX. Don't try and hold custody of any tokens or any coins or whatever when you're moving value. It means building solutions into the network as best as you can, that you're not holding the value of the token between transfer. And why do I stipulate that point? Is because there's no funny fingers or no middleman in that whole transition between A and B. The value is going to go from A to B. Whether you and me have this conversation on Twitter or Facebook or whatever is irrelevant. It's simply the network moving the value from one side to the other side. But if we all sit here and have these conversations and say, you know what, we need to do this and that, and it needs to be so complex and so forth, no one's going to build that simple bridge that needs to be that needs to exist within the network, because everyone's so worried about it, so they're trying to stick their finger in it, and we never get there. And that's why I'm always here advocating, like, you know what, come and build and do these things, because we need people to figure out these solutions, because it's not here today. We don't have that simple transfer of value from A to B without somebody sticking their finger in the darn network at the end of the day to pull out a fee or whatever it is. And to move that value is very difficult without that, right? For me to come and move value from A to B and say, okay, give 20% here and 10% here and update this record over there and do X, Y, Z over there, because that's what my business process needs, is not possible today. Why? because you can't build all of that business logic into the network. You can't do it right now. The system says I can move value from A to B, nothing more. It doesn't say do X, Y, Z, and so forth, right? And that's what Ethereum has tried to build in its solution today. And why Ethereum is so quote unquote successful is because that kind of logic can sit there within the network that can kind of interoperate that flow of value without too many fingers in the pie. And that's what we need within the Xrpl. We need that little bit of gate logic to move things without too many fingers in.
Well, Ethereum has incentivized those things.
I'm not here to yay or nay Ethereum, but Ethereum has progressed the space. And for that, I take my hat off.
Yeah. And back to Mr. Know-It-All. With ODL, thinking that Ripple will actually run out one day, I don't see how that's possible when the block time is 4 seconds and they can perform ODL with the customer, doesn't even have to hold XRP. They can do thousands of transactions a day with what they have. They'll never run out.
Yeah, but if you're a liquidity provider, you don't want to be reliant on a different liquidity provider. So you want your own liquidity to offer to your customers. You don't want to be reliant on someone saying, okay, there's no liquidity, we ran out. So if you have 1,000 liquidity providers, which needs, I don't know, to move a certain amount of value, then each liquidity provider will suck up a little bit of XRP. So the more liquidity provider you will have, the more XRP will be gone from Ripple's hands. Okay, and this is what happened right now. Okay, they're partnering with some liquidity providers, and each get their own liquidity pool. It's not the same liquidity pool for everyone. It's not 50 billion XRP for everyone to suck from. It's more like I want 100 million XRP in my liquidity. Okay, give it to me. Okay, I want to make sure that I can serve my customers. So.
Gotcha.
If you play the long game, if you play the long game, then Ripple should run out if they're successful.
I think they can handle it all on their own with the amount they have, with the block times.
Yeah, but no one wants to rely on a centralized entity for their business. Okay, they want to have control in their business.
Well, I agree.
That, seeing as there's a big pause right here, the other thing that I think that Nick brought up that's quite a good thing that maybe a bunch of people that maybe are around and are looking to build on the XRPL, that I think there's a good opportunity at the moment, is because Tucker Stand has quote unquote gone silent where he is at the moment, and that's quote unquote done. There's going to be a lot of slippage within the DEX. That means that there's not so much liquidity that's coming into the DEX and out of the DEX at the moment. That means there is opportunity there. That means there will be slippage within the XRPL DEX. So if you're trying to buy US dollars or euro or whatever, I'm pretty 99.9% sure it's going to be jumping around like a monster for the next while. And that's simply because that liquidity is gone. So anyone building anything into the XRPL, you've got a bunch of opportunity here at the moment. That means maybe taking a risk of saying, okay, I'll take a profit of 5% on top of the price or whatever it is, and trying to sell it back onto a centralized exchange or vice versa. So just the FYI.
And some arbitrage?
Yeah, I think that'll be open for a while.
So which centralized exchange do you guys think is gonna like last here? Are they all just gonna eventually start dropping? FTX seems like they've built up some big partnerships and spent a lot of money in special places.
Hello, guys. Sorry, I'm back. I've been listening for a while now, just because I was busy with a bit of work. On the subject of liquidity, I think there's some things that we don't understand, or we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But basically, the way I see liquidity developing on the XRP ledger and the huge amount, let's say, of XRP that it's already some in the market, some in hold in the escrow, is that we don't know how much value is going to be put on it, because one of the main missions that Ripple have stated that they want to achieve effectively is cross-border payments. So that's one thing. But there could be other things that could happen, and if I'm sure some of you understand the macroeconomics at the moment, and how much or what happens really in a recession, or when a big downturn of economic really happens. The problem at the time when it happens, it's actually liquidity. So you could argue that there could be a time where maybe not enough money would be around. Funny, because obviously the US dollar has been printed to the death in the last 2.5 years. But then still, at the moment, if you look around in the big markets, and I'm talking about the stock market, you may find the liquidity is pretty much going, and it's actually non-existing in a lot of markets. So, we could be heading to a recession. We could be heading to a big downturn in the economic sort of, I don't know, maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, a big downturn. And this is when liquidity may be needed. And we don't know if this is just going to be cross-border payments, or it could be, all the debt that currently is around. I know that sounds crazy. I know that there's a lot of theories and a lot of speculation in the market, but effectively, you could have an asset, and I'm just, we're discussing about XRP here, but it could be anything else. It could be more than just one project. You could have Bitcoin, you can have Ethereum, you can have XRP on it, XLM, etc., which could provide and step in and provide the liquidity that is going to be needed, especially when a lot of the currencies that we have in the world, like US dollar, even the British pound, and all the central banks have been printing the fiat money to like there's no tomorrow. So the devaluer, there's been a lot of countries that they have devalued their currency. Now, obviously, with good intentions, maybe, but the effects we started to see now with the high inflation that we're noticing and everything else. So when it comes to liquidity and what XRP can offer in sort of the maybe future 1 or 2, 3 years, it could be that you will see a lot of value being written on it, and that needs to be exchanged. And yes, you can reuse XRP because it's quick and you can deliver. But let's remember that a very small amount of it's also burned forever. I think the last numbers that I've looked at, I think there's been about 15 million or something like this that has been burned. It's not a lot. It's nothing compared to the numbers of obviously.
Zero. 0.01%.
But because it is being burned, let's say with not much going on at the moment, you could argue that within, I don't know, 5 to 10 years, if this is going to be used much more with transacting much more value, then you would see that number growing. Yeah, but again, it's just a thought and a theory about how much you can write on it and how much value you can offer by actually trying to inject the liquidity in a system that is basically not working anymore.
My first thoughts to everything that you've just said is the XRPL is very different from a Bitcoin, from an Ethereum, from a proof of stake. You don't need to provide that that stake up front, or that, that kind of liquidity up front to guarantee the delivery of your value to the other side of the network. And um, I'll bring back the point of Jed just saying that he's been able to move X amount of value from one side to the other, and that value has been delivered. We don't have any more data points than that.
Correct. I mean, at the moment, this is just speculation, and it's just looking around and what's going on really in the markets. But we don't know how this is going to look. I think, as I said, the first mission that Ripple have clearly stated is just to address the cross-border payments. But we have no idea if this is going to be successful. More assets or more debt or more liquidity will be needed in some of the markets that they will already be present in. So, we need to think about this as well.
So how would the fast-paced push for CBDCs fall into that?
I mean, if you think about it, we already have digital money, yeah? So we already have digital dollar, digital pound. I mean, personally, I don't like CBDCs because, I mean, it's not like I don't like them. It could be a very good solution, easing up on, instead of carrying cash, etc. But my fear with CBDCs is about privacy. And
I agree with that. I'm just talking
yeah.
about like the liquidity crisis part of it. Do you think CBDCs would negate some of that?
Yes and no, because if you think about it, you'll face the exact same issues with cross-border payments. You will still need to change that CBDC, be it dollar, pound, euro, etc. I don't see any countries basically ditching their own money and just adopt a single currency. I mean, I don't see it just yet, and I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetimes. So you'll have all these governments or all these countries effectively issuing their own CBDCs. Hopefully, as I said, not in a very intrusive ways of looking into our privacies, but you'll still have to exchange that value from CBDC X to Y, or wherever that CBDC is going to be on. So that's on the cross-border payment rails, yeah, as in looking on how you exchange value from one to another. And then there's even a big argument here if you think about it. And this is again just a theory, just something to think about, because I'm seeing a lot of discussions about it. I'm hearing about this subject for quite a while, and funny enough, this has been mentioned by Friedman about 30 years ago, on having a currency that does not belong to a state. So hear me out just for 2 seconds, and I think maybe some of you, or I think scams have seen my thread about it. We're currently using, the US dollar as the main currency of the world. Yeah, every single country in the world does a transaction, even borrows US dollars.
Yeah, but it's gonna be licensed by the state. Like,
correct, but what I'm trying to say here is the fact that all the countries in the world rely on the US dollar, and the reliance on the US dollar, it's a bit of it's a bit of an issue here, because politically, when US has got into a pickle because of their election system, or something happens with the US economy, then the whole planet sort of suffers. And this is an example because we know what's happening today. Let's say that in 5 to 10 years, this is going to go to China, because I don't know, China is going to be the most valued economy, and they will be the ones controlling it. This is just for the sake of the argument. I'm not saying that this, and I'm hoping China is not going to, do this or have the ability to control effectively everyone's currency. But if there is some sort of currency which transcends national politics or economic, status, then you could have something that every single country in the world will be able to transact with and interact without, fearing that, oh, this state X or Y trying to, do whatever to the other states.
Bitcoin.
Okay, it could be Bitcoin, and I'm hoping one of them would be there. But
yeah, because the U.S.
there's
dollar is centralized, and the wild thing that's been happening, like you said, is they've been printing for 2.5 years, but the value has been deflating while we're going through inflation. Like the value of the dollar is going up because these other countries are printing even more. So
well,
the U.S.
there's
dollar is almost setting up for like a super rug pull on the world. I don't.
correct, but that there's a few elements on why the US dollar is now strengthening. Yeah, it's because you have a downturn in the economic landscape, if you like, where a lot of assets are being sold. Yeah, so this is one of the problems where and when they sell in dollars. So that's why the dollar strength is going up. But also you have this high demand for all these natural resources like oil, gas, and because of the war that it's happening in Ukraine, or some sort of excuse on that, then obviously all the transactions are made in the US dollars. So then there's another factor why the dollar strengthens. However, it's a bit of a false narrative because, as I said, in the last 2.5 years, 40% of the total supply ever existed in the US dollars has been printed, which is crazy. So the value of the dollar has actually decreased. We're just not seeing it yet. But this is going to happen probably within the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, the market just seems like so inorganic.
Correct. I mean, and as we know, markets can stay, irrational longer than you can remain solvent. So, it is just a phase. But I think there's bigger plans that we don't know and yet understand on how these economic problems could be solved potentially with some of the digital assets or cryptocurrencies in the next couple of years.
It just seems like whatever's going to happen is control is going to be one of the main topics. So like decentralized versus centralized is going to be it's like the ultimate battle when it comes to the monetary fiscal policies around the world.
It is very true. And then if we think about it, we live still in a centralized world. Everything is centralized. And we've lived in a centralized world for a long time. We're only just understanding the decentralization. I think we're just starting to understand that because while we had Bitcoin, coming out about 13 years ago, now 14, and how long it's been, it's a journey. It's something that we'll probably see. I don't know. I'm hoping in my lifetime or in our lifetimes, but decentralization is a process that's going to take a very long time because, as we all know, there's a lot of entities, especially the big banks and etc., which will try to, get hold of or stop this crypto space, to whatever it takes.
Yep. I think there will be a vacuum, and in that vacuum is where mankind, like we have our opportunity, and it's I don't know if we're ready. Enough of us are ready for that push, but the vacuum is coming. It seems.
Yeah.
For that opportunity.
And I'd like to see Bitcoin as being the answer here, and I'd like to see other currencies or cryptocurrencies being the answer here. But we need to understand that we need to travel from the centralized place we're in today to the decentralized place that we're going to be tomorrow, and that's not going to be something that everyone is going to be able to do, especially not in these times when a lot of people don't even understand what cryptocurrencies are. And I think I mentioned a bit earlier in the
Correct. I think
conversation.
they're going to try to hurt us more and maybe even
Well,
offer like a UBI, and a lot of
yes,
people will sign up for it.
Correct, but I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to distract too much the conversation here, but what I'm saying is you're going to need this transition period where you're going to have to get these sort of value that you have in all the centralized systems that we have today, being banks, being financial institutions, or even assets that you have like real estate, that you're going to have to get that somehow from the centralized systems that we have today to the decentralized system. So yes, you can buy a house with Bitcoin, but how many people are actually buying that with Bitcoin today? Not many. And not many people, if you look in the grand scheme of things, how many, people in the world really understand crypto, or I even own crypto? It's less than 1%. So if anyone imagines that everyone in the world will drop their currencies, wherever their currencies are using, and then just adopt Bitcoin, breaking news, I don't think that's going to happen. Not like this. So you'll have to have a system that will basically transition all the value that we have today into this new decentralized way.
Well, that's the
And
scary part, and that's almost like the double-edged sword that we're walking into, where they're going to offer a solution, but will anything really change? That's the question.
well, in theory, decentralization should change and it should happen, but yet it's how many people will be willing to. Well, first of all, how many people understand this in the first place, and how many people are going to be working on delivering that way? And personally, I feel like Ripple is trying to do this. Yes, maybe in some aspects in a centralized way, but because the technology itself is decentralized. Once the system is working, it's up and running. That's it. The mission is done. It could be other projects similar to that, or as I said, I mean, it's a broader conversation here, a picture where you can have both let's say CBDCs, what we can have in the future, but also cryptocurrencies being transacted or being exchanged, if you like, on something like the Xrp Ledger or something similar. I'm not saying that this is going to be the solution. Maybe this is going to be one small solution delivering for other things.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunity is there. It's just how do we get humanity on board?
Correct. And I think the best way to, I mean, I have a few thoughts about it as well. It could be that you would have some friendly governments. Now, when I say governments, I fucking hate governments I'm sorry for my French, but basically I don't like authoritarian either. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to need these entities to help out with, implementing some of these solutions. Because the normal folk, or the normal regular person that doesn't understand half of the things we talk here, will not do anything unless their government is telling them, or it's showing them a way on how to do that. So there are, the only way it's going to happen, it's by mass adoption in some form, either by banks, which I don't see them doing it because it's going to hurt them badly, and they'll probably not exist in the next 15 years in the same way they exist today. But then you'll still need some form of entity like a government or central authority that will be willing to accept some of these changes happening.
Yeah, but that's just a slim chance on that one.
Yeah.
Call me a pessimist, but I mean, the opportunity is there, but my grandfather always told me, you live and die fighting the banks. You'll die. We could live our whole life thinking that banks are going to go away tomorrow, but we'll die before that happens.
Yeah. We'll see, but
without a fight, without something absolutely crazy happening. So,
yeah, and that could be a scenario where something crazy will potentially happen, and the only way out of it will be to use something like Bitcoin or decentralization, because if you think about it, the cat is out of the bag. No one can put that technology back in. If the banks or the current governments believe or think that this is just going to end and it's not going to happen, they're wrong. So one way or another, I think.
100%. Yep.
Yeah.
Anyone that lives in
Yep.
a dream world of thinking banks aren't going to be involved or governments are dreaming.
Correct.
Yeah, they've had their glory days of the free market and what have you. But yeah, consider it done. Consider it dusted.
Correct. And I think that's why the big push. And personally, I think that's why the U.S. government is being so. Well, first of all, it's Xrpl because they understood the power of it, because it's one of the most established, businesses when it comes to that. Yes, it's if you think about it, Ripple is a blend of both worlds, yeah, which addresses the centralization to decentralization, which is basically, we keep mentioning about a bridge. I'm seeing Ripple as a bit of a bridge by taking the old world to the new world. It may not be the final solution, but you'll need something like this in order to be able to evolve and go forward. So yeah, well, we'll see.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, buddy. My only fear is, inflation, recession is real bad, where people won't even be able to survive without some kind of assistance, and that's where they will gain their upper hand.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case at the moment, and maybe it's again a necessary evil or a necessary part of the journey that needs to happen. And maybe some people will wake up and understand, the difference on how these things should really be run and delivered. But I really believe that somehow, the fact that we have now these decentralized systems will help solve some of the problems in a shorter term. Not having a longer recession or depression for what happened, like, let's say, compared to the 30s, 10 years or 15 years or 20 years of downturn. So
Yeah, but this recession is a product of overreaching, like in what we do in life, or is it a bad policy from governments? So, because if you say it's wrong policy, then we will never see that world. But if I assume it's what I assume is because of we're reaching too much, we're doing too much, we're producing too much, too fast for the liquidity that exists in the market to accommodate. So governments print more money so you can buy more stuff, do more work, and produce more. So we like when you come down to the what is money. So money is a product of people's work, right? So
that's what it should be. And I understand your arguments, and I've looked into it myself for quite a few years now. Unfortunately, money, that's exactly what money isn't, because how the central banks really are printing something out of ether, it's basically just credit. It's a debt credit system. That's what we live in, and that's why the central banks are able to print as much as we've seen in the last 2.5 years, because they have the ability and the liberty to do so.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what is the incentive? Like, not what is what is the reason they print? So what is the reason that the central government decides to print money? Okay, is it because they have debt that is caused by overreaching by stuff the government made, like build more roads, help the economy during crisis, or stuff like that, or is it because wrong policy? Okay.
It's kind of both. But if you look at how capitalism works, I mean, I'll give you a few pointers. It's a long conversation here. I don't want to really just capture it myself here, but
it's about control. It's all about control.
It's about control, but also, I'll give you an example. Just look at how much debt the US has. Just look historically at the US debt, and you understand that that debt will never ever be paid off, ever. It's just not possible. It's because, and that's what I say when I say money is just a a debt system. Basically, they're creating all this money in order to to pay or try to pay debt, but that's a false narrative because that debt is just keeps growing. And just look at the last four presidential terms that he had in the US and see how much the debt has basically doubled since Bush, for example. And you'll just be amazed. If you look at some of the statistics there, you'll understand that it's just something that it's eventually going to crack.
Well,
Yeah,
ultimately, what's
what I'm saying
happening?
is,
There's a
sorry,
gap
sorry.
that's forming. There's a gap between rich and middle class and poor.
That's an effect. That's an effect of what that happens, of course, because in the system where a few can gather the most value, that's exactly what would happen.
Yep.
Yeah, but isn't it this like created because of like what is debt? Okay, so that is someone needs money to do something and he borrows it from someone else, right?
Mhm.
So for the government to borrow money from
With
China or
interest.
whatever.
With interest.
Yeah. This is what I tried to get to. So where is the difference between a very rich person to a normal or poor person? Okay, so who basically gains the interest from the debt, right? So eventually, the difference between classes, which money comes from work or from the need to produce something or to do something, because you borrow money to do something. You don't borrow it because you want to hold it. You borrow it to produce something. If it's war for governments, if it's to build roads, to build infrastructures, to do stuff for your people. So eventually, who benefits from the debt is the one that's supplying the liquidity. So the differences between this is why everyone's saying that money follows money. Okay, because who can gain money? People who can lend money. People who can supply liquidity and get the percentage without him doing actual the work the money is intended for. So if we live in a decentralized world where like money supply is fixed, okay, it's fixed, and the asset itself, which we all use or most of us use, is bind to products, to assets, to work. Okay, what will it do to the economy? Will it slow it down? Like, will you produce less because you can't basically own debt? Okay, you can't own debt if you can't print more money, right? So if tomorrow USA tries to borrow $1 trillion from China and China says no, then whatever the money is for gets canceled, right? There's no money to do that. You don't have money to pay to people to do the work. So is it this centralized world where everything is fixed? Okay, there's a certain amount of tokens or whatever currency or something you can trade for is fixed. Doesn't that basically halt your expanding of the advancement of humankind?
Okay, so the argument here, and I'm going to try to paint it in just a few sentences, just to make it easy to understand. All the money in the world at the moment are being printed via banks, yeah? And I'm not talking about just any banks, it's central banks. Funny enough, I mean, if you look into it, some of the central banks, or there's very few central banks that actually belong to the state, they're all private.
Private. They're all private.
Yeah, correct. Which means we're all held basically by a few entities that basically have the ability to print as much money and then in debt a lot of the governments, with interest, as you say. Yeah. Now imagine that in a decentralized world, for example, you have a lot of assets. Let's call them assets. Yeah, digital assets, and then you just going to tie in the value on those assets to a lot of the things in the economy. So instead of printing money all the time, you would have value, let's say, on boats.
Transfer.
Yeah. Sorry?
Value transferred.
Correct. Value transfer. But again, you're not going to have just one single currency, for example, as you do now with CBDCs, but you can address that at a particular asset. Yeah, like housing or properties
Food,
will have.
water.
Yeah, like exactly. Everything will be commoditized in a way, digitally, so you know exactly what the value is going to be on it, based on the consumption, based on the, um, availability, and I don't know, I'm just trying to think of how this is going to work. But in today's world, we just all are waiting for these guys, central banks or the governments, to basically borrow money from central banks because they're the only authority that are able to do so. In a decentralized world, for example, you can um, value, let's say, or attempt to value, and then the free market should be working correctly there by saying, okay, the value of this desk or this, I don't know, house will be such and such, and people will transact those assets, agreeing on that amount. Exactly what happens now with Bitcoin, saying, if I think Bitcoin, its value now at 32,000, but I think the value should be higher or lower, then I'm just gonna, do the purchase whenever I want to. So that's what free market is. You shouldn't have someone in the middle just printing money out of ether and just say, oh, this is more money here because you need to do such and such.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like, let's say I'm a government, okay, and I'm taxing my people, like, because that's the only way I can produce money, okay? So you live in my country, I will tax you X amount every month, and I will use that tax to service and pay government officials and build roads and build infrastructure and do all of that, okay? So when
Yeah, but
when I want to reach out and do more than just service you, okay, I want to basically have the ability, the funds to like it doesn't have to be even government. It can be even individuals. Okay, when you want to produce, okay, you lend, right? You want to build a company, you lend money, or you look for liquidity from elsewhere because you don't have the liquidity. So you borrow the liquidity in order to produce something that you assume will be worth more with your work, will be worth more with your work, and you can pay out that debt. Okay, so
It's all
now
like
government as a means of let's say you have a government that has an X amount of money and a different government which has a different amount of money. Okay, uh, that government will still need to borrow the money from the other government if it doesn't have money to produce basically whatever it wants to do in that physical year, right? So uh, eventually, what will happen is that governments won't have enough. Like when you say ether, I understand the notion of this is just fake money, okay? But it's more like you created a bubble in terms of the things you did, doesn't equate to the amount of tax that you took from the people that live in your country. Okay, so all the debt you get here is because whatever you tax your people wasn't enough to supply the demand for whatever you needed to do. So
first off, government is way too big. What
yep.
benefit do we see? In America, with the amount of money, taxes, printing, whatever, our roads should be gold, literally golden roads out here. You know,
I'm not saying
airports.
that I'm not saying the governments are efficient. Okay, maybe if they were efficient, they wouldn't need to borrow money. Okay, maybe, or maybe because governments overreach on what they do and what they promise and what they give
That's
out.
exactly the point. That's exactly the point. And I'm going to finish this sentence quickly because I have to run to the office. But basically, the governments are also starting to understand the power of decentralization, because as you rightly say, and I'm not against not paying tax. I do pay my tax because I think that's, a good value for everyone to be able to have that money used for everyone else. But governments are not efficient at all And if we look, the example with the US government spending so much money on having so many employees to do, shit jobs, for example, by not delivering really that value and the money that has been collected from everyone else, it's crazy. Because there's almost like no accountability for all the governments where they take, and I don't know, I've seen it myself. I'm not sure if some of you have seen it or lived it, but basically governments are corrupt. Yeah. And it's
Yeah,
not
let's just
because
be
the
honest.
governments are
Got this
corrupt.
slush
Yeah.
fund launder our money through each other, and they all have 15 houses, and they're worth $100 million.
Correct. Which means a lot of the value of the taxpayers' money just basically goes in a few pockets. And this is wrong. This is where, something like crypto, which is effectively a public ledger, an open ledger that everyone in the country can, even look at and say, oh, so the government has actually funneled some funds here because we can see the transactions going into a few other pockets. So this is not going to be something that's going to happen in the future. If this technology really succeeds, then it's going to be accountability for both ways. Yeah. They'll look into you and say, okay, you've earned some money and then that's how much your tax is. But then you can go back to the government and say, well, you don't need all these employees because now we can see all these transactions. And also, we've seen that you've taken some money to did completely something else that what you should have done. So, again, it's a journey. It's going to be a long journey to get there. But basically, governments are the most inefficient, centralized entities that we have at the moment.
And that's why this climate push you should raise an eyebrow to it. I mean, technology is solving a lot of it, but the money
Correct.
that they're doing for it, it's like, where does that go? There's no accountability for any of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And with that said, I need to run, guys. But yeah, sorry. I hope I didn't distract too much on these topics. Have a good one.
Bye.
Later. See ya.
Well, some good discussion the last few hours, and for all.
It's kind of the topic that brings us all together. We're all in this one together, aren't we?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important that we talk and talk openly about all the ramifications, and be a bit broad in our thinking, and don't be so narrow-minded, and think about all the implications of where to from here. We've had the glory days, I think, of an unregulated market, and to move forward, I think we need regulation and we need some guidance in order for companies to start building out, irrespective of the platform they're building on. We certainly need some clarity because there's no point in trial by execution, so to speak. Execute your platform, and then we'll see if we get slaughtered by regulation. So yeah, it's all good stuff to learn and think about and talk about. You still awake there too, Cold? Should probably wake in the morning and find the room still going.
I'm still here.
Stuff. Good stuff.
Hey, Digi, you here? Did you rate us? I always like listening to you.
Yeah, if anyone wants to come up and speak, I have a co-host button now, so just hit that request button.
Well, on that note, I'm out, guys. I need to go and do some work. So, been good chatting.
Yep. See ya, man. I'm out too.
Yeah, I'm off too. I think it's 3 a.m. Yeah. Later, guys.
Later, FOMO.
Yo, guys. That was a very interesting last like 20, 30 minutes of conversation. I do want to say from an economic standpoint, you literally cannot um, foretell that this would happen. And I mean, if you were looking at it 10 years ago, say, hey, we're going to provide, $5+ trillion of liquidity into the market without ramifications. They're just going to print it out of, thin air. And then looking at the fact that um, on the backside, we're gonna try and justify everything to not, I don't know, not take accountability. It's just weird in my opinion. I do think that the asset class we're in, again, everything that both what V and what's his name, they just left. They were talking about is you're going to look at the fact that like in the future, yes, we already know what we hold, and that's not a FOMO statement. That's literally a just a confidence factor for the asset class, being a new asset class in the last 100 years. Um, think about the fact that like as we're on the precipice of a change, um, I don't know, it still conflicts me a lot because I'm like, how can you, in my opinion, willfully destruct a financial system? And I guess it's necessary to move into a new one, but it's so fucking stupid. Excuse my language, but it's painful to watch, and I don't know. It's counter to everything that you've learned with economics or fiscal policy, anything like that. So. And everyone's asleep in the space. Hey, if you guys haven't already, one of the best researchers in the space is Shellfish, and I threw her out earlier just because of the amount of content that she finds daily. So she's in the room. If you can, throw her a follow because she's solid. All right, so everyone wants to be quiet. I got a question to pose to Karma and Scams. So if you think that the financial system is, we're obviously in the Western world, we're heavily indebted. Actually, most of the world is heavily indebted. How do you think that the transition, what will it look like? And obviously that's wild. That's a wild projection, but I just want to hear opinions of other people within the space.
Hey, Doggo, I got a question for you, bro.
What's up, August?
Hey, so I was talking to Owl about it the other night, and a couple people were saying, or I saw somewhere that Tether got printed, like just recently, like right before the pump. Do you know anything about that?
I have not seen that Tether is printed. The only thing I've seen is Tether's contracted, and it's contracted something like 8 billion. I could be wrong on those numbers, but it's contracted by like 1 million or $1 billion increments significantly in the last like 3 months.
Okay.
And so they're printing. If they turn back on the Tether printer, it would be surprising to me because we don't even have quantitative easing yet, in the market. And so with the scrutiny, the public eye that is on them, that would be alarming. So I have not seen that though. If you got anything, throw it, shoot me a DM or something.
Yeah, I'll try to find the post I saw. And somebody else was talking about it, but I'm not sure if it's legit or not. They were just saying Tether got printed like right before the pump, but yeah, I'll try to find that post.
What's funny to me is you think about the fact that like Tether is pegged to most assets right now, right? And so like a problematic Tether would be an issue in the crypto space, like a big issue. If you'd think that Xrpl would capitalize on this moment and start pegging everything that's worthwhile, to their coin, but we haven't seen massive inroads to that. So I don't know. It's just weird, man. It's fucking super weird.
Yeah, it's pretty sketch, man. Like if Tether goes down, the whole market is so fucked.
And I'm not one of those people that like literally wants Tether to go down at all. I really don't, because I don't think that's productive for any of us. But some of the things that I just see, Tether's not growing the same way that Circle's growing. I would even make an argument that Binance is probably a stronger project right now, even though market cap wouldn't say so. Binance has been fairly steady in this market and hasn't had any issues. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe I just haven't been. Maybe some of you guys are like all up on that Binance Smart Coin or whatever. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting, especially with stablecoin legislation coming out later this year. How this space evolves, because stablecoins obviously is our first foot in the door legislatively, and yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know how too much about how Tether came to be, but it just seems so like it really seems like placed into the market on purpose by some like entity. I could be wrong though.
Well, at the end of the day, people want to make money, and I don't look at Tether as anything other than a business. I mean, it is a business, right? They're trying to be profitable just like everybody else, and just like we're all trying to be profitable by investing, right? No matter what your strategy is, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're all trying to make profit. There's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, if Tether is not doing the same things that their competitors are doing to be safe, compliant, especially in a regulatory free environment, right? Like we've benefited for the last 8 years or 10 years or whatever from a lack of regulation. And we're going into a season of regulation. Those that have benefited most might not, or might have to make the most changes, right? Whereas you look at like a USDC, and I'm not saying USDC is the solution, but they've tried to do everything above board from the looks of it. Whereas other other companies have essentially tried to just do what they can, what'll benefit them, whatever in the short term, and that might have been profitable. That's great. But at the end of the day, it's like when we keep asking ourselves, who's going to stick around in this space? I don't know. Tether might be the one. Tether might not be the one.
You'd think they'd be all over them right now already, like the SEC or not. The what's it called? I forget what it's called, but you'd think that they'd be like already on them. But it's surprising to me that they're not.
Well, the SEC has been playing a fucking sleight of hand game completely. So if you look at the fact that they're purposely utilizing a lack of regulatory clarity to benefit themselves, right, in their agenda. It's one of those things that, like, at the end of the day, they don't want regulatory clarity because that allows them to try and take over the whole space and basically deem everything as security and box everyone out. If you guys, most of you are aware that the SEC is trying to bump regulation to state that accredited investors have to have like $10 million. And I think that's a Gary Gensler push specifically. So that would be a problematic thing for everyone in this, not just our country, but countries around the world. I mean, you think about who has more than $10 million in value? Business owners. No one that's actually, it's not going to bring up the average person. So that's completely against the stated goal or use case for the SEC, right? And so, like, you look at the Supreme Court's decision to slap down the EPA lately. Where's the fucking Supreme Court's decision to, slap down the SEC for overreaching their purview?
Yeah, that to me, it just points to, like, pretty much, like the slavery of the working class people, just big business, like people with money making more money. That's crazy, man.
I'll drop down. Leicester's in the room. Shellfish is in the room. Arrow is up in the room. Man, got some solid hitters up in here. Anyways, I'll continue to listen.
I have a question. I'm just a newbie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, brilliant. There's been a bit of talk about Bitcoin and how the creators of Bitcoin are four people, and that what was behind Bitcoin was the US building it out. I find it weird that people don't feel concerned, considering there must be a whole lot of Bitcoin sitting there where nobody knows what would happen to it. I'm not big on Bitcoin, but I'm interested to understand if it was built by US government, do they then hold it, and would it really be feasible that they could turn around and sell it as a government, and how transparent would things be? Given it's all on the blockchain, it should be kind of easy to track, I would have guessed, but there isn't much talk about what could potentially happen with that. Does anybody have any ideas around that? No worries if not. I'm just happy to listen.
Sorry, I missed what you said, but I'm not as knowledgeable as these people, anyways. I think maybe a few of them fell asleep.
Also, when it comes to crypto exchanges, if the real issue is with the sort of the lack of regulation, but largely in the States, then does that really mean that the only ones at risk are the ones that are based in the States? Or because they're selling to people in the States? Does anyone know the answer to that? You may have guessed I'm from New Zealand.
I would assume it's mostly, you know, I mean, it probably affects the whole market, but I think it does really, target people in the States and cut them out of basically, I don't know, opportunity, I guess.
So which of the crypto exchanges are the main ones for the States? Because I know Coinbase is, but Binance, I'm assuming it's Asian.
There's Binance US, and then there's a lot of people use BitTrue, and then Uphold, some people use to get XRP.
I have now just bought a cold storage wallet for the first time, so I have to sort that out today.
What kind of wallet did you get?
Nano Ledger, something like that. But
Oh, nice.
Yeah, came really quick. We're on the other side of the world. Yeah, I was impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really only makes sense if you're going to be holding something for a long period of time, and I'm just hodling. I did some trading and lost a bunch of money, so yeah. Can I ask one more question?
I mean, yeah, sure, but I don't know if anybody else is awake.
Is Shellfish awake? Maybe not. Maybe not. I was just going to ask what her most recent awesome find was in terms of research.
Totally just woke up because I heard my name. So sorry.
I was just asking if there was anything that was your most recent awesome find in terms of research or something that you're finding interesting at the moment. Apparently, you're the research extraordinaire.
Oh my gosh, I grateful for the props. Well, I was just watching an AI video. Actually, tonight I posted it. It was really fascinating with the deep learning. And God, I was in and out of sleep when I was watching it, so forgive me. But it was really. Let's see. God, I think I posted it. Let me. Hold on. I'm gonna take my voice off for a second, or mic off. My brain is like asleep right now. Like I totally busted for sleeping in the freaking space. I'm so sorry. Um,
No.
I was falling asleep because there was somebody speaking earlier. Wasn't scams. It was V, and he had some really good info.
I forget that there, so it's just perfect timing for me, but pretty bad timing for everyone else, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm usually I'm usually asleep. I just happen to come on because I have insomnia.
So awesome for going down rabbit holes. Yeah, I will leave you to that.
What is it, Nicola, right?
Yeah.
I will I'm gonna friend you right now, and oh, actually you followed me. I'll follow you back, and I'll send you the link that I had found. I was like following today. That was really good.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, this was the AI video that I just found today. Amazing lecture. Kind of long, but really, really great info.